Good morning. Can everybody hear me in the back? Yes? All right. We are going to get started this morning. And we're going to go over a couple of house rules and things like that because we also have a whole bunch of people that are joining us virtually. So inside the room, just try to make sure that we keep our extra conversations and noise to a minimum, not only to not disturb the people around you, but to also not disturb the people that are online. So if you are joining us virtually, if you're having technical difficulties, please call the number listed here. If it's during the training and you're having technical difficulties, please use the Q&A box. If you have general compliance questions about a topic, please use the chat box. After the training, if you have stewed on the information and you realize that you have additional questions, you can email those to rentaltrainings@nchfa.com. Be sure that you've accessed the training using the name and the email you were registered in order to get credit and get your certificate. And you must attend the whole training in order to receive that certificate online. It is tracked, so if you bail early, you're going to miss out on your certificate. And the closed caption is available for anybody who needs it. So a couple things to know, we're going to take a break around 10 and then again around 2. We will have lunch from 12 to 1:30. There are multiple restrooms in the building. There's one right outside this door, the side door, and then if you go out the front door, or I guess it's the back door, there is one to the left-hand side as well. You can ask questions anytime, but we also have some breakout sections that are specifically for questions. You will get your certificate after you take the survey. You have to complete the survey in order to get your certificate. Whether you are attending in person or virtually, those certificates will go out by the end of next week. Again, you have to fill out the survey in order to get your certificate of attendance. Make sure you check your spam and your opt-out, or you will not get them. So we are going to hit a couple of important updates, some reminders. But before I do that, there are several staff members of NCHFA here in the back, so be sure if you have questions that are property specific or anything like that, that don't need to be discussed for everybody, you can grab one of us during break or after class as well. So everything in the training was prepared, handouts, some guidance may be released after it has been prepared, so that some things may have changed. Anything that changes that affects you as a site staff or management company, owner, developer, we will make sure to relay that information as well. We used to have one email for all compliance related issues, and that was compliancehelp@nchfa.com. We now have 2 different email addresses. So you're going to use rental trainings for questions relating training or general compliance. And you will use compliance help if it is related to RCRS. So for years and years and years, we have been in the habit of just using the one email address. And so it is important to try to differentiate the two. And you'll get a response a whole lot faster if it goes to the right email address. So anything that is related to training or general compliance questions, you're going to put that to the rental trainings. Anything that is RCRS related, you are going to do that to compliance help. So some of our important updates, the 2025 income limits, we are well past April. These income limits have been in RCRS for quite a number of months by now. The home rent limits and income limits were released later. So you will notice that the effective date remains the same as April 1st in RCRS, but that's because we can't have 2 different effective dates, but those were effective June 1st. There is a slight discrepancy for those properties that are using the national non-metro limits. We have discussed this throughout the year. If you feel like there is a discrepancy for your property, if you reach out, we can take a look. We can make sure that the system is set up correctly. But the way our system was built years and years and years ago, and the way HUD calculated the national non-metro limits years and years and years ago versus how they are doing it now are different, and our system needs a minute for IT to catch up. And so we know that there is a handful of properties where those limits are not matching, and it is perfectly acceptable for you to use what's on Novogradic's website. You just have to have the printout to show that, or the HUD released chart sets that they release. It is perfectly acceptable to use those, but you have to make sure that you are documenting your files, because when we audit those files, we may have a finding, but if you've got that backup documentation saying this is why you're using those limits, it is acceptable. If you don't have that documentation in there, it is a finding. But again, on any of the income limits, if you feel like what is in our CRS is not correct, especially new properties, it is so important to check those on new properties. A big change effective October 1st we have updated all of our fee schedules. So the utility allowance fee used to be $150, now it's $250. The ownership change, if you are changing ownership at a property, it used to be $250, now it's $500. If there's an agency loan on it, it went from $500 to $1,500. If there's a change in partnership or a management company change or a loan modification, all three of those things didn't used to have a fee, and now there is a fee. And so all of this went into effect October 1st. So anything at this point, if it had an effective date of 10/1 or later, you have to pay the fee in order for it to get processed. So if you're changing management companies and you haven't submitted the check, we will not process that until the fee is paid. Yes, ma'am. Just check. You're going to write a check. You're going to send it in the memo line of the check. You're going to make sure that you put the property name and what it's for, because the people receiving the checks have no clue what these go to, and we don't want them to just sit in the safe deposit box because we don't know what it goes to. So make sure that you have included something with that check that for what property is, and also your legal name at your property is not always anywhere close to the actual name of the property. And so when your check is written for, Sunrise Retirement LLC, and it is actually like Fairhaven Apartments, they don't match. And we have no clue where that goes. It takes a whole lot longer to research the legal name of the property because that is not a search option in our system. So make sure you put the physical name of the property and what the fee is for. We get a lot of checks, and we need to make sure that we can match up what it goes to. We are hopeful that in 2026 we will have an online option to pay these fees, but right now, any of these fees, it is a manual check. Rent increases before the 8609s are issued. Those rent increases, if it's prior to 8609s, actually have to go through development. And so we're going to find those when we're reviewing the final cost cert in the development stage. So those have to be approved on the development team, not in the compliance team. So you will not submit those rent increases on the compliance side until the final loans have been closed and the 8609s have been issued. A big change with the rent increase process. In years past, you had to have a loan with the agency in order to have to get rent increases approved. In 2024, we added any state tax credits. So the WILP loans that didn't used to have approval, if you got an allocation of the state funding in 2024, you have to get approval on all rent increases. Allocations in 2025, every property even if you are only tax credit, every property that gets allocated money from the agency in 2025 will have to go in for the rent increase process. No. Maybe one day. So that is included in the 2025 QAP. So thankfully, we have a little bit of time before those are in service. But as of right now, it is very important for, as a developer and owner and management company, to know that any of those new properties, there are new rules when it comes to the rent increases. So the rent increase policy for 2026 has been released and issued, posted in RCRS. An email blast went out. You have roughly 2-3 more days to enter your rent increases in order to have a January 1st effective date. Big changes in 2026 versus 2025 is they have to be submitted 60 days in advance. Mind you, the tenants also need a 60-day notice. So if you are submitting them to the agency for approval, we have 30 days to review them. So you need to go ahead and notify your tenants ASAP so that you can actually implement it once it's approved for a January 1. And if you've asked for a $40 rent increase and we happen to only approve a $25 rent increase, no resident is going to be upset that you're sending them a follow-up notice that they only have to be increased $25 instead of the 40 that you had initially given them notice for. So if you go ahead and submit a rent increase and you notify your tenants and for some reason we have had to lower it, nobody's going to be mad. You're just going to send a follow-up notice and you would have already notified the residents. So don't wait. Make sure you notify the residents. Part of the reason that we did this is because of the home final rule and trying to make everything match across the board. With the new home final rule that we'll talk about later, one of those changes is a 60-day notice for rent increases. Things that haven't changed, if you're submitting a rent increase of $25 or less, you still have to enter it in RCRS, but you don't have to do a lot of justification as to why you need a rent increase. It doesn't matter how much the property is cash flowing, we are going to approve a $25 rent increase. You still have to submit it in RCRS. You cannot implement it without submitting it in RCRS. Even if it was only $10, it is still a finding and non-compliance if you implemented it on the site and didn't get approval. If you're asking for an increase of more than $25, you need to submit potentially additional justification. We will not allow a property to have a 1.15 DCR or cash flow more than $1,000 a unit to get more than $25 rent increase. So if your property is cash flowing significantly over that $1,000, you're not going to get more than a $25 increase. You're going to be capped at the $25. If you have questions, you'll reach out to Krista, but we also look at the proposed budget versus the actual numbers. And if you actually in 2024 cash flowed $2,300 a unit, and for some reason your proposed budget for 2026 shows that you're going to be negative $500 a unit, I'm going to ask all the questions as to where $3,000 a unit went. The utility allowance, it can't be expired when you submit your rent increase. We are no longer looking to make sure that it's not the 9 months old. Unfortunately, that now leaves the onus on the management and the owner. We're not going to be the double checking. The reason we did that is because there's so many properties that are really close to the income limits. And so when utility allowances go up, especially these years where you have seen a huge increase in utility cost, we've had to have properties reduce their rents because the utilities have gone up so much. So that we're taking the barrier away, or by allowing you to submit rent increases when utility allowances are close to expiring. But that means you as a management company, owner, developer, site manager, everybody has to do a whole lot more. You need to have some barriers to make sure that the rents aren't going over if your utility allowances change significantly. Another big change is in years past, we limited what you could pass on to in-place unassisted tenants to $50. This year, it still remains $50 for elderly properties, but we've given you $75 for family properties. So that's a change for 2026. I think we have one question, Stephen. He raised his hand. Okay, just kidding. Oh,
You hear me?
I can.
Okay. So the question was about rent increases going forward. If it's 2000, effective 1/1/2006, it would be for properties probably placing in service in 2027.
If the property is placing in service in 2027, we're not going to do anything with rents on a compliance side. That would have to go through development if they wanted to increase their rent structure.
And so it would be going forward, not backwards. So if the allocation year was in 2025 and backwards, this rule wouldn't apply.
This rule applies for anything that needs approval on a rent increase.
That has an
Now.
allocation of 2026 going forward, or 2025 going forward.
Right, but those getting allocated in 2025 wouldn't be asking for a rent increase right now.
Okay.
But yes, this is for anybody who currently needs approval on a rent increase. If you have a rent increase, now that you know the policy, if you have a rent increase that is currently pending and hasn't been approved, and you need it sent back so you can adjust it, if you email Krista ASAP so she can send it back so that you can make adjustments. But again, we are running out of time for that January 1st effective date. So if you have not submitted your rent increases, you have 3 days to do so for them to be effective January 1. The key payment standards, those increased effective January 2025. The key payment standards have also been released for 2026. And the new worksheets are out there for 2026. No counties changed tiers. But those worksheets are out there. The old worksheets for 2025 will expire and go away December 31st. But the new worksheets are out there since you are already working on those. You do not have to do anything in RCRS. The rents will automatically change there, so you don't have to do anything on those. But the new worksheets and the new key payment standards are out for 2026 as well. And again, no counties changed. So whatever county, whatever tier sheets you were using before, you will continue to use for the next year. This is a big change for 2026. And right now, when you have a file review or a physical inspection, we send you a compliance results letter. And if you had any items of non-compliance on that compliance results letter, you have 30 days to respond. Once you respond, we look at your documentation and we make sure that it is correct, and then we issue a final report. Currently, we give you a 15-day grace period after the final report to make sure that you agree with the information. Make sure that you didn't miss anything, make sure everything was corrected before we report to the IRS. That 15-day grace period is going away in 2026. It is very important that you check behind yourself when you're submitting your response to your compliance results letters. We are finding so many that are not scanned properly, missing work orders, missing invoices, and we are seeing more and more and more and more uncorrected issues. If for some reason you fall in a category where something is going to take longer than the 30 days, make sure you ask for an extension. Don't submit until you know you can answer everything. Now, what will happen is we will submit, you're losing that 15-day grace period, so Once the final report is issued, the file review or physical inspection is considered completed, whether you have open items or not. If you have open items, you'll just have to submit a compliance results packet, a compliance resolution packet, to open it back up. If for some reason we do end up sending the 8823 and then you have to submit a compliance resolution packet, we will submit a corrected 8823. But it is very important on the front end that you're making sure that everything is included in your initial response and that is completed correctly, because we're losing that 15-day grace period. So this is a big change. And we will put something as a email blast as well, but we are losing that 15-day grace period after the final reports. Report cards. We are getting ready to gear up for report card season. Obviously, those went out for 2024 already at the beginning of the year. Now is the time for you to check all of your stuff at the end of the year, making sure you have closed out all of your non-compliance items. Not every management company gets a report card, only those that are on our approved management company list. There are now reports available in our CRS to help you keep up with like what your percentage is. So we've got a couple of things that are on the report card. You have to have at least one similar project in your portfolio. So you have to have a tax credit property in the IRS compliance period in order to be on the approved management company list. You have to have a valid real estate license, and there will be an update on that. You have to be requesting key assistance timely and accurately. You have to be putting in your vacancies for the vacancy and referral. If you have questions about the key assistance and vacancy and referral for the report card, those will go to Louise. You have to be reporting to our CRS in a timely manner. These are your unit events. You have to submit all of your information for every unit event within 30 days. We allow a 15% grace period, so you have to be meeting 85%. Again, this is a report that is available in our CRS. So if you are at the 70% mark, you're probably not going to get to the 80%, 85% by the end of the year. But if you're checking this regularly and you've hit 84% at some point early on in the year, you know that you can catch up. So those reports are available now to hopefully keep everybody on their toes with making sure that they're reporting regularly. It is your responsibility to track that. We do not send out quarterly emails to let you know that you're falling behind. At least one staff person in a supervisory capacity has to attend at least the 3 trainings, which is this one, the one tomorrow, and our key and targeting. So somebody from your management company has to be attending those that is in a supervisory role, so not just the property manager. If you have questions about the training, you'll reach out to Stephen. At least one staff member in a supervisory role has to have a tax credit certification. And those are listed in the QAP. You cannot have any uncorrected non-compliance at the end of the year. And this is super important for you, especially right now. We're getting ready to be close to the end of the year. Most of our staff has already completed or completing by the end of this week the portfolios. So you should have gotten all of your initial letters. Obviously, some of those letters, if it was done late in the year, you won't get the final reports until December. But you should have at least gotten the initial letter. So this is definitely a time for you to start looking to make sure you don't have any uncorrected items, because those have to be corrected in order for you to remain on the approved management list. Management is responsible for tracking the uncorrected non-compliance. We do not track that. We don't let you know that you have outstanding items. So it is on the management company to check that. Do. You. have a question? So the question is, can you ever initiate a compliance resolution packet without letting us know? And the answer is you can always initiate that, but the final report has to have been submitted. So once the final report is released, that is when you have the ability to create a compliance resolution packet. You cannot you cannot create a compliance resolution packet until the final report has been sent and submitted in our CRS. In 2025, we have gotten the letters out a whole lot faster, and hopefully that will be even faster next year. And so you don't have, where in years past you've had 6 months where you've been waiting for a final report. So those are going out almost within the 30 days of those letters that are getting the responses. Obviously, we are not perfect and we still have some growing to do, but we are getting them out faster and faster. So hopefully even next year, they'll be even faster. But once that final report has been released in our CRS, you can submit a compliance resolution packet. Stephen?
How do you request an extension for a physical or file review?
If you need an extension on your response, you are just going to email your compliance monitor. You're going to email the person that did your file audit or email the person who did your physical inspection and ask for an extension. It is really that easy. Had another question over here? If you want to catch one of us during break, we might be able to look at your specific issue to see what is holding up that. But she's having an issue for those virtually. The question was, she's having an issue submitting a compliance resolution packet. Something was returned and there was something that was grayed out. You can, if you're having issues with RCRS, reach out to compliance help. And they can help, but in your specific, if we might have a chance during break to look at your specific to see if we can see something that is a glitch in the system. Yes, ma'am. If you're having an issue with the documents that have been uploaded, you can potentially reach out to compliance help. Implementing a rent increase on an existing property without approval, there is no correction to this issue for the report card. With a lot of the other items, they're correctable. So if you forgot to submit something and you have an open non-compliance item, generally you can submit that documentation that it was corrected and we'll correct it and it doesn't affect your ability. Now, if you leave 100 items every year uncorrected and you're having to correct everything at the end of the year because you realized you were taken off the list, eventually that will also ding you because you need to do it when you're supposed to do it. But if you implement a rent increase without agency approval and you're required to get approval, this is an automatic off the approved management list for a year. There is no coming back from this one. There's no correcting this one. You're off the approved management list for a year. It's going to make some of your owners and your developers really mad if they were planning on going in for a new allocation and they can't pick you as a management company because you're not on the list. So if you are required to get agency approval on rent increases, please make sure you do so, because if we find out that you didn't, you are off the list for a year. Stephen, did you have another question? Okay.
An outstanding non-compliance. Oops, went away. So what if there's outstanding non-compliance from 2023? You would need to have that corrected by and submitted by 2025.
So yes, so if you have an outstanding non-compliance item for previous years, 1900, 2019 is what I meant to say, 2019, 2023, 2024, all of those. And it doesn't matter how old the outstanding open non-compliance item is. It doesn't matter how old it is. If you are on the approved management list or trying to get on the approved management company list, all of those items have to be addressed. You cannot have any outstanding non-compliance items in order to be on the approved management company list. Yes, Stephen.
What sites are required to submit agency approval for rent increases? For instance, sites in the extended use without funding.
So the question is about who has to get agency approval on rent increases. If you are tax credit only and you were allocated tax credits prior to 2025, you do not have to get agency approval on rent increases. If you have an RPP loan, an ISHP loan, any loans minus the WILP loans, the state tax credits, if you have any agency loan, you have to get approval on rent increases. In 2024, if you were allocated the WELP loans, which is the old state tax credits, if you were allocated those in 2024 going forward, you have to get agency approval. Again, those are not placed in service yet as they were just allocated last year. They're not even built yet. So that will come in the future. But right now, so if you are straight tax credit, as this person in virtual land asked, straight tax credit, no agency loan in the extended use period, no, you do not have to get approval on a rent increase. Yes. 1 second.
Corrected non-compliance in order to stay on the approved management company list. Does that include state non-compliance, or are you speaking of just IRS?
That is
80?
any non-compliance, state or federal. I think we have a question here in the room. So the question is, if you're removed from the list as a management company for some of these items, and you're removed for a year, that is the consequence to not doing all of the things. What happens if you are an owner managed property? The same thing, because you're a management company. So even though you're owner managed, you're still listed as a management company. The owners don't get report cards. The report cards are for the management company. But if you are owner managed and you only do your own stuff, you are still listed as a management company. Yes. So the question is referring to properties that have multi-leveled funding, where you're getting some of your funds from their HUD or RD properties, where HUD or RD have to sign off on reserves in order to get that funding to do some of the capital improvement items that may or may not have been findings. And at this point, we have not. I apologize. There is a gnat up here, and but we have not. But a lot of our conversations regarding if policies will change are once we hit that 30-day mark of being shut down. So we're getting there, and that is on the list of things to talk about. But as of today, there is there's no policy or guidance yet. All right. If you have questions about rent increases, reach out to Krista. Um, we're good? All right. So interim progress reminders, we do get sent out those. I think Louise still sends out those. Those are going to come less and less now that you have access to be able to see how often you're doing it yourself and you don't need those reminders. But if you have issues, if you've got late submissions for key due to evictions, if you have residents that are not cooperating with recertifications, if you have change in management company issues, any of those, you need to make us aware ahead of time, not when we kick you off the management list and you're trying to get back on, not when report cards get issued. So we need to know those upfront ASAP so that we can address them at the beginning and not the end. It's a whole lot easier to help you through these or to know that these are issues than when we give you the report card and you have failed in a couple of areas, okay? And you'll see that's a theme in everything that we do. Talk to us up front. It's a whole lot easier to address issues in the beginning. The interim reports, the progress reminders, the trainings, any of those where we send you reminders of you're not meeting your expectations, those are going to go to the operations contact for the management company. So this goes back to those tags in RCRS. Only one person's going to get them. It's that person that is going to be responsible for letting everybody else know. Again, keep your contacts in RCRS updated. Another change that happened in 2025 in RCRS is we added a initial certification option where you used to just have move-in, recertification, update. There is now an option for an initial certification. These are going to primarily be for a resyndication. Where a tax credit property gets a new allocation of credits, management is asked to qualify the existing tenants by performing a full recertification. That is called an initial certification for the new allocation. And so you're not going to change as a move-in because they've been living there for sometimes 30 years. So you'll call that an initial certification. The system didn't previously allow for initial certification, so you had to do a move in and move out, or you just simply called it a recert. So now you can actually say that it is an initial certification. If the tax credit property is still in extended use, any existing tenants are grandfathered under the original allocation if they're over income. If they're over income, not student status. And that update came early this year, so you probably already seen it as an option, but this is when you would use that initial certification. Another time that it's appropriate to use the initial certification is when the original household members moved out, leaving only people who lived in the household after. So you had somebody move in, maybe they got married, a year into their lease, you certified that initial or that additional household member when they moved in. You didn't have to certify them the same way. They don't have to income qualify, that kind of thing. But now the original household member, 5 years later, they get a divorce, maybe a deceased, and you've got that soul, that's the person who lives there was not the initial person. You now have to make sure they qualify because you didn't make sure that they qualified when they moved in. You just added them to the lease. That would be considered an initial certification because you're requalifying the unit as a low income unit. Any questions on this part that we haven't already addressed? Stephen, we good? So now we're going to talk about kind of the setup. Tax credits, how to plan. and that kind of thing. What is a low income housing tax credit? It's created by Congress back in 1996. It generates private capital investment used to finance and construct and rehabilitate affordable housing. Average is 60% less of the area median income. Obviously, with average income thrown into the mix, you now have some over that. But when it was created, it was 60% or less. Now you can get 70s and 80s, which is actually really good in this market. But since being enacted, the tax credit program has helped develop more than 3.3 million affordable housing units, which is still not enough. It provides tax incentive to build or rehab affordable rental housing. Again, that is your general is 20% of the property at 50% area median income or 40% of the property at 60%. Now with average income, you have those income bands of anywhere from 20 to 80%. So you can effectively house even lower income households and higher income households. Components of the program, you've got the 9% credits and the 4% credits, which are considered bonds. Owners and developers, they sell those credits to raise the money to actually develop and construct the property, which allows them to borrow less money from the bank. If you have an investor that invests in the property, they receive a 10-year tax credit on their annual taxes based on the cost to build or rehab that property. So they're getting the tax benefit by giving you the cold cash to help build the property. So here we have where NCHFA, so the tax credits come from the IRS. The IRS gives each state allocating agency a certain number of tax credits to then give to the investors. And that's where we come in, NCHFA. We are the allocating agency for North Carolina. We then award those tax credits to the owners and the developers based on application, and it is a really very competitive market. And those owners and developers are going to then get the funds from the investors to help build the property. The owner and developer is also going to pick a management company in here in North Carolina. In order to manage a brand new property that's getting a new allocation, you have to be on the what? The approved management company list. So those new properties that are being developed, that developer can't choose you if you're not on that list. So very important. The management company is going to monitor the sites. You're going to make sure that you stay within compliance. Some may have a compliance department if you're big, some may not. And then you're going to have site staff, and they're the ones that's going to be the day-to-day making sure that the apartments are leased in accordance with the policies of the management company and the federal programs. But the management company as a whole is responsible for the day-to-day, making sure that the owner stays in compliance at the property as well. And then the investor claims those tax credits with the IRS, and they get to pay less taxes because they put money into the properties. An example of how this works. You've got a project that is $7.5 million to build. The tax credits that you could get based on the 9% for this project are $675,000. A conventional project would get none of that. So that brings the cost to build essentially down to $6.7 million. You'll see the amount to the investor. The conventional project doesn't get any of that. The loan from the bank, because we were able to get this money from the investor, we only had to, at a tax credit property, we only had to borrow 1.7 million from the bank. Okay. That conventional project didn't get any money from an investor to turn around and get tax credits. So they had to borrow $7.5 million from the bank. Whose loan payment's going to be lower? Tax credit one. So because of that, the tax credit project is potentially able to rent their units for, we really need to update these numbers, $168 versus the conventional project would have to rent it for $700. More realistic, obviously, is, you've got a low income project, but because you've gotten all this cash from the investors and you didn't have to borrow as much from the bank, you can have your units rent for $700, $900, $1,000 in some markets, and that is very affordable compared to the $900, $1,200, $1,800 in some markets. Obviously, every market is different, but when you don't have to borrow $7.5 million to construct your project and you only had to borrow $1.7 million, your rents can be significantly lower. And that is how the tax credit program works. Obviously, when it comes to maintenance and upkeep of the property, they cost the same. That same 2x4 costs the same, no matter if you're a tax credit property or a conventional property. So there are still costs of running business that don't change based on that. But the reason you can remain lower rents is because the overhead, the debt service, the loan payments, all of those are much lower at a tax credit property than they are at a conventional property. Every year, there is a QAP that is released, and anything that it's updated annually. We hold a public hearing before we make any changes. There's always a preliminary QAP, then we hold the public hearing, and then we finalize the QAP. 2026 is not finalized yet, I don't think. But if you are allocated in a certain year, so if you were allocated tax credits in 2023 and you came online in 2025 and you're ready to go, your building standards, all of that had to meet everything listed in the 2023 QAP. Everything that you have, all of the amenities that you have for your tenants are listed in the QAP. So your qualified action plan, your QAP, you have to follow based on the year that you were awarded tax credits. So they're different, and there are variances every year. So generally, late fall is when we will release the next year's for the new allocations. So know when your property got allocated, so you know what you have to follow for your property. And they are all available on our website. So we talked about the tax credits. That money comes from the federal government, issued to the states. Where can those be built? Preferably within a half mile of an area that is well maintained. So we're not driving 30 minutes out into the middle of absolute nowhere where there is nothing around, because your residents won't be able to get to anything. No visible signs of deterioration. It's got to be near schools, grocery stores, pharmacies. Obviously, the closer that you get to these amenities, the better. And where do you submit your application for the tax credits? They are submitted through the RTC app with our development department. Benefits, the investor gets a dollar for dollar reduction in the federal tax liability by helping fund the affordable housing. It helps fund affordable housing, creating quality affordable housing. It's an active role in helping the community, providing positive growth for community, ensuring safe housing for low to moderate income households. On our website, Again, under the development section where you see the QAP, you'll also see a timeline of events. This is when your applications are due in order to get new allocations. So those applications start in January, is when your deadline for submission for the prelim. This was 2025 dates. 2026 dates are probably already posted since it's coming really quick. But those are on our development tab on the website. The tax exempt bond process, these are the 4% deals. Those applications, we accept those applications between May 1st and October 1st. And all of the information is again on our website. There are construction inspections after the property has been allocated. You've got your framing and your final inspections, and then you get commitment letters from the agency. There's a conditional letter and a final letter, and sometimes a third final letter and a fourth final letter. So just because it says final doesn't actually mean it's the final. You need to make sure that it is the final letter. And then you're going to get an 8609. These come after the final cost cert has been completed and the property has been built. You've got tenants in there. Your final loans have closed. 8609s are kind of that last step to where you're letting the IRS know we're done. This is when we're, as your owners and investors, when they're going to receive their tax benefits starting which year. Once it is signed and filed with the IRS, a final copy must be uploaded into our CRS. So part 1 is completed by us, and then we will mail it. Part 2 is completed by the owner and submitted with the first year tax returns, and then you're going to submit a final copy of that into our CRS. So, property-specific trainings. Coming to these are great, but this isn't going to teach your site managers and your site staff what is important to that specific site. We can talk general information here, but sometimes there's site-specific stuff that needs to be trained on. So you need to make sure that you are training on those things, like the tenant selection plan. Who does it apply to? What does it contain? Screening criteria, the appeals process, where to post it. If you are working on site, you should know what's written in your tenant selection plan. You should know what a tenant selection plan is. You should know where it's posted. You should know how to get a copy if a resident or if an applicant wants it. But if you are working on the site level, you have got to know what is in the tenant selection plan. You are going to have applicants ask you questions, and you're going to need to know how to answer them. You're going to want to make sure that you train your site staff on the software or any other, regulatory software that they may be using. Community information and resources. Requirements that are not agency requirements, but maybe an owner requirement, maybe a management company requirement, maybe an investor requirement. Sometimes your investors like KHEC have a whole lot more strict requirements than even the agency, where we've leveled off. HOTMA is a big one where we're only requiring 2 pay stubs. Your investor may say, nope, still want 4 to 6. You have to do what your investor wants, not just what the agency wants. So on the site level, you need to know what your owner wants, what your management company wants, what your investor wants, and what your regulatory partners want. Our CRS requirements, again, you have to remember to update all unit events within 30 days. Move-ins, recerts, updates, initial certifications. This includes market rate and employee units, because we have to know which units are your market rate units. And we don't want to pull files for market rate units. So you need to make sure that you are updating all unit events for all units at your property, not just the low income units. Where the unit event has to be updated within 30 days for all unit events. Move-in documents need to be uploaded within 30 days. Please do not upload your recert documents for every unit on your property. You're only going to upload the recert documents for the files that we pull for a file review. Move-in documents are the only documents that you have to put in within 30 days. If you have a lease up, we do allow 90 days. We realize that a lease up is crazy, and you might even have lease signing parties where you have moved in 15 people at one time, and you are not going to have the time to upload all the move-in documents within 30 days during a lease up. So we give you a 90-day window to get all of those in. But again, recertifications, please don't upload all of the documents for a recert. You will upload the recert documentations if we pulled that file and if there is a recertification that was completed. Okay? So move-in documents only. All unit events, move-in documents. Updating the RCRS contact requirements. We preach this as often as we can, and it's still wrong a lot of times. Each management company has an RCRS administrator who can assign contacts, roles, tags, and reset user passwords. So it is very important that you know who that person is in your agency. It's important to ensure that management and owner contacts in RCRS are current for each property. If you need help updating any of that, compliance help will also help do that. But we have to make sure that the right people are in the system. You're going to want to make sure that each contact, each role is updated for the properties. You cannot do it management company wide. You have to go into each individual property to update it. So you cannot just assign one person for physical inspections for the entire management company and for it to go across every property. You have to log into every property and make sure that the tags are correct. So bigger management companies, you got a little bit more work to do. One person can have multiple tags. So you can have one person be the physical inspection, file review, compliance, financial, property specific. One person can have every tag possible, but every tag can only have one person. So the physical inspection contact cannot go to multiple people. It can only be assigned to one. But it is really important that you get these tags correct because that's who gets the notifications. So if we send you, and we did a physical inspection and we have sent you the compliance results letter, and you don't have a physical inspection person tagged, that compliance results letter is just going to live in the red circle in the top and nobody's going to get the notification. So it's important to make sure that you have the right people tagged for the right things. And also, if Jane is supposed to get the physical inspection report, but it went to John, it's because you've got the wrong person tagged. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. So the question is, will we ever be able to have two people assigned to one tag? And the answer is no. I'm sorry. There's no other way for me to say no. One person. So a couple things. Make sure you're checking regularly, right? Make sure you're going, whether it's a tickler system in your like in your management processes, that you go in once a quarter and just check in and make sure that the right tags are the right people. Part of your process, if staff does move around, and part of your hiring packet or your terminating packet or whatever is to go check our CRS tags. Like put it in part of your process so that it's something that you can try to remember to do. But unfortunately, the way the system, it can only email one person. We can't have multiple emails in there, and that's why only one tag can be put in the system. There are a lot of management companies who have like one administrative person or one main person in the main office that gets everything. and then they distribute it. Yeah, it is. Worst case, that little red circle in the top corner, if you are like an admin role or you like your property specific, you know, which red, everybody knows which red circle I'm talking about. If there is a notification that was sent for a property that you have access to, it'll show up in your red circle whether you've gotten an email or not. I think there was another question in the, was there another question? Are we good? Stephen? Uh-uh. I'll just repeat the question when you're done.
So we're uploading the initial move-in RCRS, but we're not uploading the first year recertification.
Correct. The event dates, you are updating every event date. The documents only have to be uploaded on move-ins within the first 30 days. We do not want the recertifications unless we have pulled the file for a file review and there is a recertification. The only exception is key and targeting, but you have to upload all of their documentation in order to get paid. So if you don't upload those documents, you won't get your money. If you need assistance with RCRS, again, reach out to compliance help. Submitting documents into RCRS. This is where file audits, physical inspections, utility allowances, tenant selection plans, targeting documents, forms, rent increases, reserve requests. Those can only be uploaded into RCRS. You cannot email them. We will say, thank you so much for your email. I'm going to delete it now. You can upload it into RCRS. Again, you cannot email those responses, those reserve requests, those rent increases, those utility allowances. We will say thank you, but no thank you. RCRS can only accept documents that are so big. So if you need help because your file is too big, you can reach out to compliance help and they will help you, but you cannot just email it. Don't email the staff to use a Dropbox. We cannot accept links to your secure spaces. The system won't allow that. Our emails won't allow that. You have to upload all of these documents into RCRS. With the unit events, we can see whether or not they've been uploaded within 30 days because it tells us who uploaded it and when. And I will say, if you have uploaded 90% of the documents and you did an in-house audit and realized, oh, I forgot a couple things, and you upload them at day 120, we're not going to penalize you for that. We're going to look at the oldest date to make sure that you met that 30-day mark. Now, if you only uploaded one document and then the rest of them were uploaded at day 120, we are likely going to cite you for that because you didn't actually upload all of the documents. So if you've missed something, we are not going to penalize you for self-auditing or even if you didn't realize it until we requested the files that you forgot to put the lease in there and you then added the lease. That is okay because the majority of the documents for that household were in there within the 30 days. But again, if there was one document in there and then the other 15 were after we requested the files, that didn't meet the requirement. So please make sure you update at least most of them. It's okay. We are human. We make mistakes. Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure why you would have to delete a move-in to do a cert. You mean for a previous tenant? Well, anything, so the question is, would you be penalized for deleting something to realize that you had to put something in for a previous year? But also be mindful that once you submit the AOC, everything for the previous year is locked and you don't have access to it. So if you had to do something for a previous year, you wouldn't necessarily be able to delete if the move-in happened earlier. But we do allow you to self-audit. We want you to do that. But if you upload documents after 30 days, you will get a finding that they were uploaded after 30 days. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, you will still get dinged. Is one of the important things, like AOC time, is to make sure that that stuff is correct at the end of the year so that you don't have this issue. So part of that just comes from, again, training your staff, that self-auditing, making sure that you are diligently looking at the stuff that is entered into RCRS. So yes, unfortunately, you will still get dinged, but that is part of the learning, and it is a state non-compliance. Like, we're not letting the IRS know that you didn't submit documents within 30 days. It is a state non-compliance. Nobody wants non-compliance, but we're not sending it to the IRS that you didn't update our system within 30 days. But definitely use that even as just a training opportunity for your staff, for your management company, to make sure that at the end of the year, you guys are diligently looking at this AOCs to make sure that the information that you are submitting is correct so that you don't have to do that. But yes, you will still get dinged, unfortunately. Recertification requirements. We require recertification on the first anniversary of a move-in for a straight tax credit property. After that, if you don't have other funding that makes you do a full recertification, this is just a straight tax credit. After the first year, we require that you document household composition, student status, and the rent rate. We do not tell you what you use in order to do that. So they're like household composition. You can use our research questionnaire or any research questionnaire. We just need a document that tells us who's living there. The annual student certification, you are going to fill that out if they're in the tax credit compliance period. Obviously, if they're in extended use, that is up to your owner and management company if you are continuing to do the student certification, even the extended use period. You need to know what your owners plan on doing for the longevity of the property. And we need to know how much they're paying in rent. You can do that using the TIC or a lease renewal addendum, a new lease. We don't tell you what you have to do. We just tell you, we tell you the information we need, not how you get it. We allow a recertification date of either the move-in month and day. So we moved in December 15th. It could be December 15th every year, or the first day of the month. So it could be then December 1st. Most people do move it to the first of the month. RPP funded properties and average income properties require annual recertification. Don't forget to update our CRS. Training reminders, management, every calendar year, you're going to want to attend the 101, which is today, advanced compliance, which is tomorrow, the key targeting training, if they have DHHS units. At least one supervisor for the management company has to have that tax credit certification. If you're an owner or developer, you must attend Compliance 101 or Advanced Compliance training in order to receive those 8609s. The agency also provides fair housing training for free, and it is amazing. If you go to the rental housing partners train with us. I believe you have to go to the community living tab, however, to get the fair housing training. So the fair housing training is not listed under the rental owners and managers, under the rental housing partners, I should say. It is listed under the community living tab. So make a note, fair housing training opportunities given by the agency in partnership with legal aid are listed under the community living tab. Am I saying that right, Lamar? Is it the community living tab? Okay. Under the community living tab, not the rental housing partners tab. There was a question. I knew I saw a hand. Yes, you want somebody currently. Um, you want somebody currently staffed with your management company to have the newest training. So if you're one and only person who went to the DHHS training is no longer with your management company, you're going to want to send somebody else. Um, I don't think that it will count against you on the report card since it would be listed under your management company. But if you have the opportunity and there are additional DHHS trainings, obviously like this late in the year, there aren't any more. We've already had our last one for the year. But if it's early, please send somebody so that somebody currently staffed has the training. The compliance manual several years ago during the lovely pandemic that we had, a bunch of our staff got together and created a compliance manual. Its last update was April of 2024. It will be updated for January 2026. We are already working on those updates to roll out. Some of those are going to be the home final rule, some changes, the rent increase policy changes, and all of that. It does include HOTMA updates. It includes the Inspire and state non-compliance updates. It includes form updates, but it is a living document. And so the last version is April 2024. It will be updated for January 2026. It is found on our website, but also available in that same space are the Compliance 101 training books, the advanced complying training books. So if you've got staff that you couldn't send to training, they can have access to at least the slides that you received in paper copy. They just, and then the videos of the virtual trainings will be uploaded to our YouTube channel. But the targeting and key assistance training is on there, supportive housing training, again, the printouted books. And then we also have available on there our RCRS overview presentation, which we did at SAMA this year. That it's a quick, easy to do some of the basics in RCRS. If you've got some staff that needs to know the basics of how to do some things, that is also available on our website. Our YouTube channel, we are working on updating some of the older things that may have been, the process may have changed since we did our initial videos. We are working on updating that. Again, the virtual trainings are uploaded on there as well, but there are some good how-to videos. Even if the policy or the procedure has changed slightly, those videos will still give you some good information and you might be able to work how those changes. So sometimes our IT stuff has changed a little bit to where processes have changed or steps may have gotten better. Those videos, even though some of them are outdated, will still give you a good baseline of how to do some of this stuff. So, we have any questions? You guys have done an amazing job asking as we go, and I'm thankful for that. But are there any questions of anything that I have gone over thus far? We good virtually, Stephen? I think, Stephen, this is your section.
Everybody hear me now? You can't hear me? Well, it says it's on. Up there in the booth. Hello? Well, go from Benny Hinn to camp meeting speaker. I think the microphone gained weight. I can take this off if it's not working. Oh, it's working now. I'm turn this one off and this one's working. Okay. So the first item of business is who would like a new Mercedes today? Did somebody lose theirs? Wait a minute. We have an agency staff member driving a Mercedes. I unplugged Shannon.
It's fine.
Don't tell her though. We plug it back up. Okay. I'm working now. I'm working now. Y'all can hear me? At first, Kim, I thought this was a vape. Oh. Well, I thought it was a vape. Then I figured out it was a car. So now I need to brush my teeth. All right, so are we ready to talk about HOTMA and all those different changes? So let me get back up here so those in TV land can see me. So we went a lot of years in the affordable housing industry and we didn't have much change. We had a little policy update here and there, but nothing dramatic like we've experienced in probably the past 2 years with HOTMA, as well as Inspire that we'll talk about later this afternoon, that just really changed everything for us. And then of course we have the home final rule that's coming out. It's going to be effective in January. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. But this song kind of with that change.
Call the doctor, page the nurse, 'cause the pain is getting worse. All the sleepless nights, I'm tired of suffering like I've been. I tried medicine, I tried therapy, I tried somebody.
If you listen to him long enough and his videos, it will get stuck in your head. But with proper training, you can go through the HOTMA and the Inspire change, and you can walk on sunshine. That's probably more of a song than most of us would recognize. But HOTMA has been delayed. The new effective date was 7/1/2025. That has passed. On the national level, it's going to come into effective with January the 1st, 2026. We chose to stick with our particular date of July the 1st, 2025. So everyone should be using, and I'm still holding this, I can put it in my pocket. But we should be using HOTMA. The only exception for that would be for properties that are blended with rental assistance from HUD. So that means that you have a property that has tax credits, but you also have HUD, which means you have a HAP at your property with rental assistance. Not just because you have tax credits and you're accepting Section 8 vouchers. So this is 100% rental assistance through HUD at your properties. You can wait until January the 1st, 2026. That's going to cause a lot of confusion. So we would recommend that you go ahead and implement with the January the 1st to keep everything consistent across your portfolio, especially if you have a larger management company, a large compliance. RCRS is ready now. When you log into RCRS and you create a unit event, let's talk about this first. How many of you are using NAMA 6, 7, or 8 for your transfers? How many of you know what I'm talking about? How many of you don't? So if you have a tenant software that you use, such as Yardi, who do you use, Shannon? Remnant? Well, you don't use your own company software, but who? Resman. I think there's another one, CMC, Boston Post. You can transfer your RCRS. You can transfer from your tenant software into RCRS. It transfers everything in for you. 6 and 7, if you're using version 6 and 7, is going to expire at the end of this year, 12/31. So the only one that will be applicable that you can use after that is going to be version 8. So make sure if you're in the compliance world and you're dealing with your tenant software company that you are communicating that that you need to be on version 8. So when you're doing a certification overview, some of the steps that we've always had are these 12 steps, but the only 3 that are really changing with HOTMA is going to be how we calculate the household's total annual income, how we compare the gross annual household income to the qualifying income, and then how we complete the TIC, because the TIC is one of the forms that has changed with HOTMA. And a well-designed application is going to be the key to that. So last year, January the 1st, 2025, they came out with the different thresholds based on different things, based on inflation. And so you'll see on this chart what numbers we were using for 2024, and then what they changed to 2025. So we should be using these numbers here for all of our move-ins and recertifications that have an effective date of 2025. If you're starting to work on yours for 2026 and the effective date is January the 1st and going forward, these are going to be your annual adjustments. So the HUD passbook rate changed to 0.40%. They just announced that the COLA increase for Social Security is 2.8. I think it came out last week or early this week. And then if you have a HUD property, it's not applicable to the tax credit program, but your elderly disability deduction has increased to $550. Your adoption assistance payments, your full-time student dependent income, and your dependent deductions have changed to $500 effective January the 1st, 2026. The asset threshold increased to $52,787. Why they didn't make that a round number, who knows? But that's the non-necessary personal property threshold, the self-certification of asset cap, so that the old 50,000 form that we used to use, it used to be 5,000, 50,000, now we call it the self-asset certification. It is increased to $52,787 January the 1st. And then that asset limitation, which applies to the HUD program, normally our housing authorities has increased for 2026 to $105,574. We are set up in RCRS. It's still asking this question in RCRS when you go to do a move-in or recertification, if you want to be HOTMA compliant. So everyone should be checking the box, yes, that you're HOTMA compliant going forward, unless you're at one of those blended properties and you're able to go until January the 1st, 2026. It will go away after January the 1st, probably. But there are some properties that need to be able to say no. But again, most properties are going to say yes. That's going to be your properties that have a HAP agreement for they have the option to say no, but we're seeing a lot of them are saying yes. We need your help with RCRS. When a household has an asset with a zero balance, do not enter the asset in RCRS. How will we know that you have this asset that has a zero balance? Because you're going to tell us on your application, you're going to tell us on that self-certification, if you're using that. You're going to tell us if you're third-party verifying. When you provide that documentation, it's going to show that you have that zero balance, and we'll know that you have that. Everybody good with that? Are we any questions yet, Randa? Okay. So his question is we're telling you not to put in a zero balance. What about a negative balance for an asset? We treat negative balances as a zero balance when we're dealing with RCRS and completing our ticks and et cetera. Everybody good? All right. So when you're entering assets in RCRS, you should have already, everybody's probably had some move-in since we've had this. We've been, or research since we've been compliant with HOTMA. It's going to ask you the asset type now on the asset screen, and these are your choices. And then the asset status is going to be current or divested. Current means you currently have the asset, obviously. Divested means you disposed of it for less than fair market value. So everybody good? The first box should be self-explanatory. You're just telling us what type of asset it is. But the second one sometimes causes confusion because of the divested. But that really means disposed of for less than fair market value. Everybody good with that? All right. So then when we're dealing with income in RCRS, your drop-down box has changed significantly here as well. And so notice the expanded sections. It used to be there were like 2 or 3 choices. It was retirement or Social Security, or either it was employment income, unearned income, something like that. Now they've got a whole list of what types of income you have to give it a better definition. Everybody seen this so far yet in RCRS? Okay, good deal. So we have Adrian, and he completes and signs his 7/1/2025 recertification paperwork on 5/28/2025 for a non-blended property without HUD rental assistance. So this would be back before we had to before the implementation date. Because he completed the recertification before the 7/1/2025 implementation date of HOTMA, does this recertification have to be HOTMA compliant? Yes, it has to. And that's because the effective date was 7/1/2025, not the date that he completed the recertification paperwork. You can find additional HOTMA guidance on HUD's website here. Just keep in mind, this is going to be on the federal level, and there are some changes to this that states are allowed to make, and we've made some of those changes, so we'll talk about those as we go through them. But you can refer to this resource. Just remember that if you're operating in North Carolina or another state, that they might have some different policies as well, where the two don't match up. And the IRS and HUD both have said they allow us to states to have that leeway to do that based on the needs and the requirements of the state to go with other programs that we might have. We do have our HOTMA guidance that is listed on our website. So if you ever have questions about what specific HOTMA in North Carolina, you can go to our website and print this or view this document. It was last updated. The real only update that was made to this document was we added about the implementation of starting January the 1st, 2026 for blended properties. And I'm not going to take the time to go through all that because we all are above 5th grade reading level, right, Shannon? Just make sure that you check back often and you're using the current version. We probably will have to update this again in January once everything is finalized with that blended property designation. Yes, Randy, we have an online question.
If the management policy is regarding assets, if the management policy is to verify all assets, must the tenant complete the asset certification? And if so, would the tenant enter the amount that they believe is in the account today, or should the tenant list the amount that is verified?
So the question, everybody heard her question. So basically the question in short form is, do you want us to use duplicate asset verification? And the answer is no. You need to pick one or the other. If you're, the self-certification is applicable because you're under that dollar amount and because of the program, you are allowed to use that. You do not have to third-party verify. If you third-party verify and complete that form, your information is not going to match because the third-party verification is going to be the exact dollar amount that you have in your account today verified from the bank. The self-asset certification, you're guessing what's in it. So the two aren't going to match up. You're going to have duplicate verification. The other thing is, the more documents you upload in RCRS, the more of a chance you have to make a mistake. You didn't check something on the self-certification, but you have a third-party verification. So you have a third-party verification for a checking account, but then you don't have on the self-certification, I'm sorry, you have your third-party verification for the checking account, but then on the self-certification affidavit form that we have, you check that you don't have a checking account, but the two don't match up. Which is it? Obviously, you have the checking account. We know that because you verified it and you see it there, but you left it off the form as it doesn't exist. So it's going to create issues, and you're going to have you open yourself up to more non-compliance the more you upload. Also, we all know that our CRS is really slow, correct? I mean, it's been slow since I worked in property management 9 years ago. It's not changed. It's slow for us too, so don't think that our system runs faster than your system. You're uploading additional documents. It's going to take longer to upload stuff, so don't do that to yourself either. Yes, Randa.
If you have a resident fill out the self-certification, they do not know what the interest is.
So her question is, if they're filling out the self-certification form, they have a savings account or a checking account per se, and they don't know what their interest rate is. Well, if they work at the credit union, you know what it's going to be. I mean, if you bank at the credit union, you know what it's going to be. That's when you'll need to allow them to leave it blank and then fill out a clarification statement that you called and obtained the information. You went on the website and saw that the checking and savings account currently pays this much interest for these particular accounts that they have. Or you call the bank and ask what their interest rate is. And that's how you would address that, is with the clarification statement. Because remember, with the clarification statement, we'll talk about this later, you can update missing information on a form, but you can't correct information on a form with a clarification statement. Yes, Ms. Randa.
If they self-certify a checking account as a balance as 0, do we add that account to the tick, but then remove from our CRS?
It's not going to allow you to add it to the tick. So we all heard the question, I think, right? So if they have the zero account, it's not going to let you add it to the tick unless you add it to RCRS, because whatever is entered in RCRS is what's going to appear on the tick, unless you're filling it out by hand, which I don't think anybody does that anymore. But never say never. Everybody good? Okay. And so the most recent update of the of our HOTMA policy is 6/19, and again, that's going to be updated probably at the beginning of the year, so be sure to be on the lookout for that. Natalie has disclosed that she has a checking account with a $500 cash balance and a 401k account with a cash value of $10,000. Her roommate, America, has disclosed she has a pay card with a cash balance of $500. What is the cash value of the household assets? Anybody know? $1,000, because we're only concerned about the checking account and the pay card, and we don't count retirement accounts any longer under HOTMA. That was in the HOTMA policy. With the implementation of HOTMA, they came out with the income exclusions. So all income for a household that they received is included unless it's specifically mentioned in this document. I would take this document, print it out, so anytime you have a question, whether or not this is counted, whether or not this is income, you can just simply refer to this document. If it's not listed on the document, then it's counted toward the household income. So Gabe has employment income of $25,000 annually, along with Lyft income of $5,000. His roommate Angel is currently out of work, and he receives $25,000 annual workers' compensation. What is the household's annual income? So we have our income listed here. We don't count workers' comp any longer. So the $30,000 is correct. Who said 30,000? Shirley, you got the answer from Shannon. I give Miss Shirley a hard time, but she's nice and very kind about it. And she gives me a hard time too. So certification versus verification. We hear these terms a lot with our forms that we use to qualify households and complete recertifications. Certification simply means it's completed by the applicant. A verification means that it's third party. You send it off somewhere and they complete it and then they return it. And then remember that completed in its entirety and no sections can be left incomplete or it's not a valid verification. Blank sections, you can use the clarification for missing information, but it's not okay to use a clarification form to correct information. So if you had somebody that, they came and applied from the apartment and you had the employment verification and they worked at Walmart and they were making $80 an hour, I don't know what they were doing, but they were doing, I know, right? Me and Shirley are going to Walmart at lunch. But you tell them that they're over income, so they bring the form back and Walmart has corrected it, or you called Walmart and they said, they're not making $8. I meant to say $8 an hour. Well, that looks suspicious, so we don't want to see that in the file. Some of our HOTMA impacted forms, our rental application, our recertification form that we have as best practice on our website has been updated. The child support certification, it was revised. It's a best practice form. The student financial income certification, student status assistance, these are new forms. They are best practice of forms, but this can help you determine whether or not you have to count if you have any student income for your household. Because now with the tax credit program, we are counting student income where before you only did that with your voucher tenants or with the HUD. And there's a worksheet that goes along with it as well. So we have Carolina. She started off wrong because her name is Carolina, right, Shirley? Carolina's a full-time student. She's receiving the following grants and scholarships. She has a $23,000 in federal Pell Grant, a $5,000 Teach Grant, and then another $5,000 scholarship from a local travel ball team. Her actual covered cost of tuition and all that stuff is $28,000. So how much student financial assistance is excluded under the 479B of the HEA? And then how much assistance would be counted as income? So let's take a look at this. So how much assistance would be excluded? So here's all of our money listed. So the 23,000 and the 5,000 would be excluded. So we would exclude the 28,000. Everybody got that? So basically, we're just adding the HUD program's financial assistance income over to the tax credit program. Very important that you know the student status of your household members. How much assistance would be counted as income? So we know we excluded the 28. Our covered cost is 28, so they wash out. All that's left is a scholarship at 5,000. So we would count the $5,000 as an assistance income, and that's what would go on the TIC for this particular household. Everybody good? There's worksheets about the student assistance. There's 3 worksheets. They're not required, but they are really good forms to help you work through these situations if you're new to it or if you have a question about it. It's kind of like the real estate worksheet where you ask those questions and whatever's on that bottom line, that's what you put on the TIC kind of thing. Same thing with employment income. The worksheet that we have, that's a best practice form. You go through the steps, you fill out the lines, it tells you what you need to put on the TIC. Highly recommend using those forms. And again, this now applies to all households at the tax credit program. So Juan is a full-time student. He's receiving the following grants and scholarships. So he's getting a $23,000 in federal Pell Grant, a $5,000 Teach Grant, and another $5,000 scholarship from a mentor program. His actual covered costs are $34,000. So how much assistance would be counted as income? Okay, so his excluded assistance is going to be $28,000. His covered cost is going to be $34,000. That leaves him with $6,000. His scholarship is $5,000. So he has $1,000 remaining covered costs. So there's no assistance to report on the TIC. This is going to be the situation that you run into the most because most of the time your covered costs are going to be greater than the assistance that's counted in most cases. However, you've got to be able to document and prove this information once they disclose that there's a student in the household. Not high school students, but college students. Everybody good with that? Again, there's worksheets that I'll walk you right through it, just like we did with this particular problem here. So let's talk about students. Households consisting entirely of full-time students are not eligible unless they meet one of the 5 exceptions. One of the best ways to remember the 5 exceptions, because I can't remember stuff, and to ask me to remember these 5 exceptions, I probably couldn't do. But I can pull out the student verification, and those 5 exceptions are up there, and I can walk through it that way. So use that as a cheat sheet. Just remember that if they meet one of these exceptions, they're going to need to probably provide some type of documentation that's going to need to be attached to the form. Make sure that you do that. I mean, you upload that in RCRS to prove it, because you need to be able to document that they've met the exception. Some of these are going to be easier to get information because it's their own tax return. If you start having to get somebody else's tax return, that could be a little bit more challenging. The asset certification form has been updated. We took off the 401k accounts, those things that we don't care about anymore. We took the dollar amount off the form because, as you saw in the past 2 years and now this year again, it's changing on an annual basis. So by doing that, we took that form off. We don't have to update this form every year. So you should not be using, going forward, you should not be using the under 5,000 form. You should not be using the under 50,000 form. You should be using this particular form here. If you are using this form, it has to be our form. It can't be a form you created or your tenant software. This form, you are required to use our particular form. So make sure you're using our form. Most of your software vendors will allow you to drop this form in and make it where you can use it for all of your households, whether it's for a recertification or for a move-in. Yes.
We have
Miranda.
several questions,
And I wanted to call you Miranda. I don't know why.
and I will call you all kinds of different names.
You probably already do.
Um, We have several questions, but we also need to take a break.
Yes.
So if we want to take a break and then answer these questions,
Sure. We can do that.
but we have several, or we can answer the questions and then take a break. But if we go much longer, we're going to eat into the lunch.
Who
and
needs
stuff.
to take a break in the room?
Um,
Everybody good in the room to answer a few questions before taking the break, or do you want to? Okay, let's answer.
Okay.
Go through the questions.
So going back to income,
Yes.
okay, what happens when the entire household income comes from workman's comp? When
From the
they're applying for a house.
So they're applying
benefit.
to live at your apartment complex, and the only income the household has is workers' comp, then you would list no income for that particular household. Now, where it might be a concern for you is most management companies are going to have an income minimum to be able to show that you can pay whatever the rent is. That's a management policy. That is not a program policy, that you've got to have income.
Next question. Can the management company use an application and recert form of their choice or provide applications in Spanish?
So the question is, we've got an applicant, whether it's for move-in or for recertification, they don't speak English as their primary language, they speak Spanish. Can they provide our application in Spanish? Well, our application is a best practice form. So you can use our application or your application or our recertification questionnaire or yours. And so you can provide yours in Spanish. If you needed one from us, you could reach out to someone at the agency, probably at a team leader, and then we could request our policy department to convert our application into Spanish. We would do that upon request. So far, we haven't had any, because like I said, that's a best practice form. So you can do that. Just make sure that if you provide it in Spanish, the questions, and they answer the questions, that somebody knows what the answers are.
Question regarding student status. If there is at least one occupant that is not a student, does NCHFA require us to verify student status regardless if eligibility is not at risk?
So if you're using the question that she read about the student status, there's one person that meets, that's not a student, then you would just check that first box and move on. you wouldn't have to verify a document that that person wasn't a student.
Does the student eligibility exceptions apply to extended use sites with no funding?
The student status does not apply to those properties in the extended use period. However, before you just start rolling in all the students, make sure you have a conversation with that owner to see what they want to do. Because you don't want to fill the property up with students, and then the owner decide to come in for an allocation of credits, and you got a property full of students. Or if the owner is going to sell the property, and that's their plans, that new owner might not want to purchase that property if it's full of students, because you can't just terminate their tenancy. You're going to have to incentivize them to move. And once they figure out that you can't terminate them, that they can get something from you, it can become very costly. So if you're at a property in the extended use period and you like the management company you work for, fill it up with students, because then the owner can't sell it. I wouldn't do that though.
We have a question that may have been missed earlier, so it's going all the way back to our CRS for a moment.
No.
Can we upload the move-in file in RCRS in one PDF, or do they have to be individually uploaded based on category of the document?
So when you're uploading these documents in RCRS, whether it's a move-in or whether it's because you're doing it as a upload at the recertification time because it's targeting, or because we requested that recertification for the file review, they have to be uploaded individually. You cannot upload them as one document. If you upload them as one document, we will not review the file. We will write that unit up as non-compliance, and you have to resubmit it, everything uploaded individually. So your application is an upload, your income documents are upload, your student information is one upload. That's why it's very important to not just be uploading any and everything.
We have one more question.
Okay.
Applications in Spanish will be accepted. Will applications in Spanish be accepted in RCRS uploads?
Yes, they would be accepted. It would be our responsibility to get someone to help us determine what's on that application. And we have various individuals at the agency who can speak Spanish. And I have some students that I work with who could help me out if I have to look at them. Any more questions? All right, let's take a 15-minute break. And we'll be back in 15 minutes to continue talking about HOTMA. Where's this phone? First of all, All right, so welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your break, took care of all your responsibilities, whatever they may be. When I do virtual at home, that's a good time to take clothes out of the washing machine, put them in the dryer, let the dog go for a walk, all that good stuff. So we're going to continue talk. We talked about the asset self-certification form. Another one is the asset verification. We had to, of course, update that because we had to change the checking account from 6 months to the current balance because that's the new HOTMA policy. If you had any IRA accounts or anything like that with the bank, we had to take that off the form, those types of things. So make sure that if you are not using our forms, that you have updated that information as well. Most of the banks have come online and realized that with the checking account that we want the current balance and not the 6 months. So before you would send in this form, they wouldn't fill out the form, but they would submit the form back on their type of form. And so now they've started including on that checking account the current balance, where before they did like a 90-day balance, a 6-month balance, a year balance, or whatever they got carried away with. The TIC has been updated as well, and we'll talk more about the TIC in just a few minutes. Just keep in mind that the TIC, our version of the TIC that is on the website on our forms page, it is a required form. You cannot use your own. So again, with these required forms that you're required to use, student status, the self-certification, as well as the TIC, if your software provider isn't, they are able to take our form and just load it in. Most of them are familiar with that enough because they do enough business in North Carolina and that they already know that they need to do that. But if not, just make sure that you are up to date with those forms and you're using our forms if it is a required and not a best practice. Yes, right there.
If the asset self-certification form is complete, do we need to see a bank statement?
No, you would not need to see a bank statement if they completed the self-asset certification. Before the break, we talked about duplicate asset verifications, and that would come into play. Now, there would be an occasion where you would want to. If you did that, you would just want to notate why you did that with the clarification statement. So we wouldn't write that up as non-compliance as an issue. And it could be because something just didn't click right with the information provided and there's more information needs to be obtained. Everybody good? The annual student certification that is a required form. If you're going to, you have to use that form. You have to use our version of the form. It's on our website. The employment verification. This is a required form as well. So if you're going to use an employment verification, then you would want to use our form because it's a required form. I know a lot of you like to put your little name on it, a little form number on the bottom of it. That's fine. Just don't change the body of the form where we have to investigate and start looking to see that it's actually our form. But some of you like to have a form number like this is form 460 for our particular management company. You can do that, but just don't change the middle of the form. And the reason that form had to be updated was because of some of the questions that were asked on it. But just keep in mind that the paycheck stubs, that is the preferred method. How many remember a couple years ago where you had to get the employment verification was the preferred method? And then if you couldn't use the employment verification, you could go to paycheck stubs and you had to document why you're using paycheck stubs. That's totally flipped now. We want to use the employment paycheck stubs. And remember, it's the two most recent paycheck stubs. So keep that in mind. Now, if you have a management company that says, we know we can get 2 paycheck stubs, but we're stuck on the old school method and we want to do 4 to 6 paycheck stubs, that's fine. You just need to have a policy on that, and you need to do that for every household that has employment income. So you can't pick and choose who you use paycheck stubs for, just 2, and then this person is going to get 6. Now, if your policy is normally you use 2 paycheck stubs, but in this particular case, you're going to use 6 paycheck stubs because you're so close to the income limit, and you want to have that cushion and make sure you covered everything, that's fine. Just document the file why you made an exception. Because how many of you know your tenants talk to each other? I only had to do 2. Well, I had to do 4. I had to do 6. Next thing you know, you got a HUD, fair housing complaint, because you treated people differently and you're not able to document that. So documentation is key. Me personally, I would do 2 and be done with it, because that's all that's required. Because if you use the 2, you've done your due diligence, which is the only requirement that we have here. Everybody good with that? And I see you have a question. The most 2 recent, regardless of how they're paid. So if they're paid monthly, then it's the 2 last month's paycheck stubs. If they're paid weekly, then the last 2 weeks paycheck stubs. Bi-weekly, the same thing. Frequency does not matter. Unless it's home funding, then with home funding under the current policy, which is going to change, under the current policy, it would be 2 months source. So if you had 1 month, they got paid once a month, you just need 2. You got paid twice a month, you would need 4. For the home program, we'll be changing in effective January the 1st for research move-ins that have an effective date, not a signature date, but an effective date of January the 1st. We know it's time to start working on those recertifications. So within the next couple of weeks, we're going to be coming out with that policy. So look for your email blast, look for your announcement in RCRS. It's going to be posted and it'll be on the website. Everybody good with that? There's some exciting things coming with the home program, like with Hotman, that's going to make your jobs a lot easier. It's going to save you some money too when it comes to utility allowances. Clarification statements, we've talked about that. Income asset calculation worksheets. Many of you have a tenant software that prints one out for you. Just make sure that if you have one that's printed out, that it just doesn't list a dollar amount. We want to see the calculation. So if the employment income for this particular household member is $40,000 on an annual basis, we just don't want to see $40,000 on the form. We want to know how you calculated that $40,000. Was it average paycheck stubs? Was it year to date, et cetera? If your tenant software doesn't provide that, then we do have an income asset calculation worksheet you can use. There are some management companies who the site managers will go ahead and fill this out just to see that they're qualified before they send it in, and then they'll get their compliance department to print out the one from their tenant software. Supplemental demographic form, it's very important that you use our version of this particular form. It asks questions that the HUD form doesn't ask and the rural development form doesn't ask, because we're asking about disability and we're asking about veteran status. And one of the reasons why we ask this information is because of the funding that we receive from the state. A lot of times, people that vote for on the budget, which we don't have a budget now, they want to know how many people are being helped that are disabled, how many people that are veterans are being housed through the money that's allocated through the state. And it's something they can talk about, talking points for during re-election time. But of course, right now we don't have a budget, so it don't really matter. Yes, Randa.
Question about forms.
Uh-huh.
Who can we email to obtain an application in Spanish? And can the required forms also be provided in Spanish?
You can email any of us, because what we will do to get that form for you is we will forward your email to the appropriate person at the agency. We just normally don't get many requests for this because a lot of these are best practice forms that you're wanting, but Susan wants to chime in. How about our required forms? Okay. Well, I know previously, the committee that I was on that discussed that they weren't just going to convert everything, but they would do it by request. But that might have changed. So we'll go with Susan's answer, and that is you need to figure it out on your own. Good luck. I think you can use there's a way on Google Documents that you can convert English into Spanish forms. I believe that to be the case. Anybody else know? Is that correct, Susan? You can use Google to create. Well, we just can't do nothing. So Susan said she does, the agency, not her, I'm sorry, does not recommend using Google. What we recommend is to contact South Carolina and see what they're doing. Maybe they figure something out. Oh, South Carolina is not doing it either, so. But now HUD has some forms on their website. I'm not sure if those forms would be applicable to the tax credit program, but yeah, good luck with that. For a small fee, my consulting company will provide those forms to you. And that's not true either. Okay. Yes, sir. My Carolina friend. Our best practice forms. Right. Yeah. So his question is the income asset calculation worksheet, which is a best practice form that I was speaking on. It is available on our website under our forms page, and that QR code, you can scan it on your cell phone and take you there, or you can follow the link that's on to the left of that. Rental housing partners, rental owners and managers, policies, resources, and forms, and then the residence file. And that's where you'll find the required forms and the best practice forms will be there. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Randa.
Can you please clarify or go over proof of income requirements? 2 months worth of proof. This management company requires 2 months worth of income.
Okay. So the minimum requirement for the tax credit program is the 2 most recent paycheck stubs, regardless of the frequency. If you have home or national housing trust fund, then the requirement is that you use 2 months source of income verification with the paycheck stubs. If you use the employment verification form, that year-to-date total includes at least 2 months worth of year-to-date income. Everybody good with that? That is the current policy as of now. Good. All right. Is the disposed of asset certification required? And we just recently have updated our policy here in North Carolina. Now, this is for our programs. This is if you got funding from somebody else, the city, the county, PHA or somebody, whatever, their policy might be different. And the answer is no, the form is not required any longer. You have to use, and the reason it's not required is if you use the self-asset certification form, which is at the bottom where it says Part 2, it contains the language that says, I certify that you've not disposed of anything. So if you're using the self-certification asset form, that language is already there. It's a required form. You do not have to use the disposed of asset form because you're certifying on that form when you sign it that they've not disposed of anything. If you use our recertification questionnaire or our application, which is at the top there where it says Part 6 signatures, it says we certify that all assets currently held or previously disposed of. That excludes you from having to use that disposed of asset form. Now, our application and our recertification form is a best practice form. You do not have to use it. So if you're going to use that as your out, not to have to use, you have to update your application or your recertification questionnaire to contain that particular language that says, I certify. Use ours, you're covered. Use yours, you need to update it. But if you're using the self-asset certification, it's already in there. There might be times you can't use that form because of the program or because your assets exceed the threshold, so you're not using that. So then it's going to fall back that you have to have it in your application. We did this. This is one less document you have to use now. Now, like with so many of our other policies, if your management company tells you to still use that disposed of asset form, what are you going to do? You're going to use the form. You're not going to say, I attended training that said I have to use the form. Because they're probably going to tell you something like, well, you need to go work at the agency since you're following their policies. Currently, we don't have any openings in our group unless you want to be a construction specialist, inspector, whatever Russ used to do. Everybody good with that? When to use the form, when not to use the form? Yes, ma'am, in the back. Okay. So her question is how to fill out the form basically with box A. And so let me come get a book. If I can borrow somebody's book. I'm sorry, TV Land, you might can't see me, but you've already seen me once today. And I haven't changed, I don't think. No comment. Exactly. And it can probably hear you too. Okay, so on page, if you're looking at the book, page 117. Oh, you don't need it? Oh. So if you're looking at part 1, make sure I'm, okay, at part 1. So the first box is we do not have any assets at this time. So if they have no assets, nothing. They don't have cash under the mattress, nothing at all, you would check that first box. The second box is we have the following assets, and then you would fill out that second box. And then the real property box, if you had any of those. Now, so the first asset that you're going to see is, say for instance, life insurance. And we know we only count whole life, not term. If they don't have that particular asset, you would write NA, or you would just draw a line through that whole section. Do not put 0. If you put 0, that tells me that you have the life insurance policy, and I'm going to be looking and wanting to know why it's not listed on the application. Everybody clear with that? So if you don't have the asset, you write NA or draw a line through that line. Everybody good? Don't write zero, because that tells me you have that asset, you just have a zero balance. Yes, ma'am. We don't leave anything blank on a form. If you leave one question blank on a form, on an application, it's invalid and we issue noncompliance. So every line has to have some type of response to it. Well, that would be separate. Yeah, that would be fine. Right, because if you don't have the account, you can't earn interest on it, and you're not going to earn. But most people, they don't write NA all the way down. They just draw a line through the whole line, so they don't have to write NA 20 times. Not all the way down, across. Right. No, don't do that. Because more than likely your line's not going to be long enough and you're going to miss that last box in that section. You better make sure that your line goes through the first box to the last box. And I can tell you from experience, right, you're better off to draw this way. Is that that's horizontal, right? See, I'm bad at math. I'm about as bad at math as I am in English. But I can't tell you how many times somebody's line ain't been long enough. So just, if you are 100% sure that every time your line is going to be like, go for it. I'm not done with your book yet, but I'll give it back to you. You're excused. Somebody else had a question over here in the back. Okay, let's come up here to this young lady. I would write NA or fill out something so it's not blank. It's better to do too much than too little on that. Anybody else got a question? Anybody want to make up a question to test and see if Randa knows the answer? Okay. Okay. My Carolina friend. It is? Okay. So this young man, my Carolina friend, he's talking about a tenant with a house. They have a mortgage, but they probably might also have a lien on it as well. What you're going to do is complete your real estate calculation worksheet, and you're going to list all that information up there, and it's going to tell you what you're going to put on the how to handle that. But the lien would reduce the value. Yes. Well, we really wouldn't be listing vehicles up there. Then you would, yes. If it were antique, you didn't drive it, you know, that rule hasn't changed under Hoffman. So if you have a ring, you never wear it, then, you know, that would be listed as real property. But if you wore the ring every day, you know, then you would list it as real property. Yes, Miss Randa.
Some virtual questions. If there are
Questions?
yes.
Like more than one?
Yep. If there are 4 savings accounts, should you add the balances together and put them in the box, or should you list them separately?
You can list them separately, and there's some blank lines on the self-asset certification form that doesn't list what the asset is, that you would write in second checking account, third checking account, and do it that way.
Is the asset self-certification form a required form prior to 1/1/2026 for mixed finance sites like with HUD rental assistance?
For our purposes, it's a required form if you're not third-party verifying. Since we don't provide the HUD rental assistance, then you would need to follow whatever HUD told you to do. Because that's their money, we have no control over other funding sources. It's like we can't go to, if we're Walmart, we can't go to Target and tell them what their policies have to be. Yes, sir. Yes, you could always use a second form. Yes. You would do the same thing with the TIC if you had more assets than you had lines. We see people have to do that with assets. We see people have to do that with household members because the line only has room for so many, and they might have a 4-bedroom apartment with X number of people, and there's only X number of spots on the TIC, so then you would use a second page. Yes, that's fine. Just make sure you don't leave nothing blank. Anybody else? All right. Are we good on this new disposed of asset? Makes it a lot easier. So our lease addendum requirements, if you have tax credits from us, you have to use the tax credit lease addendum. If you have home funds from us, not home funds from the city or the county, but if the home funds are obtained through the agency, you have to use the home lease addendum. And then if you have National Housing Trust funding, keep in mind there's two types of housing trust funds. There's the Housing Trust Fund that's issued through the state, and then there's the National Housing Trust Fund, which is money from the federal government or from HUD. So if you have that funding source on your property, you would need to use that addendum. And then if you have multiple funding sources, because we know now it takes more funding sources to make the deals work. It's not like it used to be where you could just build a straight tax credit property and have plenty of money to take care of everything. Now you're having to get money from this source and this source and this source to make the deals work. So if you have multiple funding sources, you'll have to use the lease addendum for each funding source. So if I have a tax credit property with home funding, then I would use the tax credit lease addendum and the home lease addendum. It might be a situation where you would have all three and you would need to use those. Those lease addendums also also contain VAWA language for the agency's purposes. So you don't have to upload any VAWA lease addendums for the agency. That doesn't mean that HUD Rural Development is going to accept that. They're probably still going to make you complete your lease addendum. We're telling you, don't upload it in RCRS. So we have Omar, and he discloses on his move-in application that he has the following assets: a checking account that has a current balance of $500 that pays 0.25% annual interest, a savings account that has a $10,000 current balance that pays 0.15% annual interest, and then he has $25,000 cash on hand somewhere in his house. What is the total value of all of Omar's assets? Can he complete the asset self-certification, or does he need a third party verify? And then what is the total income from the assets that would be listed on the tip? So what is his cash value of all of his assets? So we see that it's $35,500. Can he use the asset self-certification, or is he required to verify all third party? We're assuming he's living on a full tax credit property with no other funding sources. So can he? Yes. But if the property has home or National Housing Trust Fund, It can only be used at the recertification and not the move-in. Everybody good with that? So what is his income? So we see that he's got $1.25 and $15. It's going to give him $16.25. So 16 is what we would list on the tick under Part 4A on line F, and the $35,500 is not listed because on the tick, we're only going to list the asset income because it's under the threshold and we didn't verify as assets. So what does this look like? So right here on line F, we're not going to list any assets under 4A. We're just going to list the asset income, which we're going to round to $16. Everybody good with that? That's a HOTMA change. So we have Giles. He discloses on his recertification questionnaire that he has the following assets that have been verified. He has a checking account with a cash value of $25,000 with 0.15% annual interest, a pay card with a cash balance of $1,000, cash on hand in the amount of $1,000. He also has real estate that has a cash value. So we completed that little real estate verification worksheet. And so we know his cash value is $75,000. So what is the total cash value of assets? Can the asset certification be used? And then what is the total income from the assets? So what is his total cash value? We know that it's $102,000. So can he use the asset self-certification at the 2025 amount? Can he use it for 2026? No, he couldn't then either, because the cash value of the asset exceeds the current annual asset limitation. So what is the total assets? Income from the assets? His checking account, $3,750. His pay card has no income. His cash on hand has no income. But his real estate, we don't know what the income is, so it can't be verified. So we would impute because it's over the threshold. So the 75,000 times 0.45 would be $337.50. Everybody got that? That one? This one? Are you good? Okay. Make sure I give you enough time. Good? Okay. So when we come here, our impute rules have changed. Under the previous policy, we would have imputed on all the assets back here on that $102,000 because they would have been over the threshold. Everybody remember those days? We've changed our impute rules now. So if we know the cash value, regardless of what, if we know the interest income on the asset, regardless of the cash value or not, we count it as asset income. It used to be you would impute over all the assets versus the actual income of that 375, whichever was greater, that's the one you would list on the tick. They did away with that. And now you only impute on assets that are over the threshold. So in this case, we wouldn't impute on the checking, pay card, or cash on hand because they're under the threshold. But because the real estate is above the threshold, we would impute on it, and that's where that $337.50 is coming from. Everybody good with that? So if their real estate on hand, when you completed that little worksheet and it was $15,000 cash value for the real estate, would you impute on it? No, because it's not over the threshold. You only impute on assets that are over the threshold that you do not know what the asset income is. So we had someone ask before about a checking account or savings account, and they didn't know what the asset income or the interest rate was. Does that mean that you would go and impute it if it were over the threshold? No, because you have access to determine what it is, either by calling the bank, going to the bank's website to get that. You're always going to know what the asset income or the interest rate is for a checking or savings account. Everybody good? Are we good in TV land? Oh, I figured that was too good to be true.
The only question is going back to, it's an old question, not assets for a moment. Do they need to update the lease addendum at recert?
The lease addendum doesn't have to be updated at recert. You're not required to even issue a new lease at recert. That's a management decision. There are some attorneys that will tell you not to issue a new lease at the lease renewal. You do or you do? When I worked in property management, I put an attorney's whole family through school and bought a couple of yachts. But I was told by that particular attorney, he's very popular. If I say his name, everybody in the room probably would know who he is, not to do a new lease at the renewal, because when you issue a new lease, you wipe away all the tenant violations that you issued prior to that new lease being issued. So again, that's a management choice. We don't tell you got to do that. You do as you see fit, whatever your attorney tells you to do at your particular property. So you do not. That lease, even if you issue a new lease, you don't have to issue the new lease addendum, because you still have it from the initial move-in. Everybody good? So in this case that we have here with the 375, how does that look? Well, this time on the tick, we are going to complete section 4B because we're over the threshold and we verified our assets. So we would list all the assets and related information here. In column L, we would list all the annual income from the assets, just like we've done before in the past. So that part hasn't changed. Everybody good with that? Now, there is a section on the lease that, of the tick, I'm sorry, that talks about the tax refund. So let's take a look at it. So we have Grayson, who has a cash on hand in the amount of $1,000. Daniela has a cash balance of $1,000, and Anna has a checking account with a cash value of $5,000 that pays 0.25% interest annually. Combined, the three receive a state and federal tax return in the past 12 months in the amount of $4,000. So what is the household combined total cash asset value? What is the household combined income from assets? And how does the tax return impact the assets? So let's first look at the asset value. So we see, based on the information provided, they've got $7,000 in assets for the household. Everybody good with that? That's the cash value. Everybody good? Okay. What is the household combined income from the assets? The only one that has income from their assets is the checking account, 5,000 times the 0.25, 1,250 total household combined income from the assets. So how does the tax return impact the assets? So let's take a look. add our tick here. So we see that we completed part 4B on this particular one. We have cash value of $7,000, 1250 annual income. The $4,000, and then we subtract that, gives us the $3,000. So we're taking the $7,000, subtracted the $4,000 in tax return, leaves you with $3,000 total cash asset value. Now that tax return reduced the cash value of the household's assets. It made no changes to the asset income, even though we reduced the cash value. So in this particular case, it really had no impact or benefit to the household for adding in the tax return. Because it had no impact and it's not over the threshold, you do not have to verify the tax returns. So we have roommates N has a checking account with a cash value of $5,000 that pays no interest. AI has cash on hand of $5,000 and real estate that has a cash value of $75,000 that have been verified. In the past 12 months, they received their return of $2,000 that's been verified with copies of their filed tax return. So what is the total household combined assets? Can the asset certification be used? What is the total household income from the assets? And how does the combined tax return impact the assets? So in this particular case, their combined assets is $83,000. We see that we subtracted that $2,000 for the tax return. So it made it $83,000. It would have been $85,000, but now it's $83,000. Everybody good with that? We verified their tax returns with their filed copies, not just printed copies, but showing that they were filed because the assets go over the threshold. So the combined assets is $83,000. When you're entering in assets in RCRS, there is a place under assets for you to enter in the tax return. You do not have to enter it in as a negative number because RCRS already knows it's a negative number. It's subtracting it from your cash value. Everybody good? Can the self-certification be used? No. The total household combined assets exceed the asset limitation. So we're over that dollar amount. So we have to third-party verify. Our income from assets is $337.50. How does that return affect the assets? So it's the same way. You see that we put our tax refund under Part 4A, and it automatically made it a negative. It only changed the cash value of assets, but it didn't do anything to the annual income of assets. So let's take another look. Jakeem has a checking account with a cash value of $25,000 that pays no interest, cash out with a balance of $27,000, and a combined tax return filed in the past 12 months of $1,000. What is the total combined assets value? And then can the self-certification be used? So in this one, we look at the assets. It's $52,000 between the checking account and the cash app. We subtracted $1,000 for his tax return. Can the self-asset verification be used? Yes, because the cash value of the combined assets is less than the current limitation, the $52,000 something. Everybody good with that? Don't forget when you're doing this that the tax refund has to be verified with a filed copy. This is the benefit of using the tax return and collecting it. It's not a requirement that you collect this information unless it makes a difference in a situation such as this. You just need to have a consistent policy. Everybody good? TV land? Feel like we're going to have a lot of questions.
Only one.
Oh, that's not bad.
Do we subtract the tax refund on the asset form if it is not needed because assets are under the threshold?
That would be a management policy between the tenant and the management. There's not a requirement that you have to because it's not going to make a difference. The only time it's going to really make a difference is when the assets are over the 52,000 whatever dollar amount. So the HOTMA and the agency verification hierarchy, the highest, of course, is the upfront income verification, which is paycheck stubs, ATM receipts for debit and pay cards, EIV, and then the work number. But we know that the agency, we do not allow the use of EIV, and we do not allow the use of the work number. Yes, ma'am.
Once you finish this slide, it's lunchtime.
Okay, we can do that. Medium is going to be written third-party verification. This is going to be like your employment or asset verification. And then medium, the second choice is oral third-party verification, such as clarification statement or similar form. And then the low is going to be self-certification, not third-party verified, and you'll need to document why you're using that. And so here is where we are going to take our break. So everybody be back in an hour and a half, which is, I don't have a time up here. You'll figure it out. Okay. Well, first of all, my friend up here with the pink shirt, she had a question from DNF. And it better not be about this tax return. Oh, you need to see me in person. There's a charge for that. Okay. And if it's related to that tax refund, I can't answer it. You got to call H&R Block. Lord Jesus. I do have an accounting degree. I think Randa has an accounting degree too.
I do not.
It was Keisha that had the accounting degree. So if you have questions about the tax refund, how many remember Keisha? Real short, about that tall. Yeah, you just email her. Okay, what we got in TV land? I don't know why. Huh? She ain't here, sir. You can see me doing break. Just because it's you. You're welcome.
Okay, are you ready?
Oh, you have, hold on, we got a question. You don't have a question. You gonna see me doing break too? Well, how am I supposed to smoke my cigarettes and get a Mountain Dew? If y'all, okay. Okay, in TV land.
Is there a manual to navigate RCRS?
Yes. If you go to our forms page where it says forms and policies, there is a place where you can click on that says manual and trainings or something like that. And then there is a link that you can click on that will take you to the RCRS instructions that they put together for SAMA this year that answers a lot of questions.
And there's a slide in the beginning of the book that tells you where those are at. Next question. Does a medical savings plan have to be listed as an asset?
Oh, Lord. No, it does not.
Next question. Can I transfer a tenant from a 60% AMI unit to a 50% AMI unit if their income drops 3 months after move-in?
As long as you have a policy on that in your tenant selection plan, you can do that.
That's it.
Your tenant selection plan will state what your policy is on transfers, whether you got to go through the waiting list first or whether you can do in-place tenants first as far as transfers. Anybody in the audience have a question? All right, so what makes a complete verification? So when we're dealing with statements, verifications such as the Social Security, it should contain all the pages with none of them missing. So if your statement says there are 7 pages, how many pages should you upload in RCRS? What about if one of them is blank? Still upload it, because we don't know that that page is blank unless we see the page is blank. And then how long are verifications good for? Who? Somebody said a year? Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, huh? That's new. Verifications are valid 120 days from the date of the receipt by the owner. That is not the case where something says in the policy most recent. So that would not apply to your check stubs, because your check stubs are going to be your most recent 2 paycheck stubs. Everybody good with that? How many of you remember about 15 years ago, there's a certain trainer and she had everybody go out and buy these date stamps? Y'all know who I'm talking about? If your phone went off during her training, she made you get up and do the hokey pokey. Y'all know who I'm talking about? If you've been around a long time, Mary Ross. All right, duplicate asset verifications, we talked about that. Self-asset certification and third-party verifications. We don't want you to use duplicate asset verifications. We talked about, again, the adjusted values, what they were in 2024, 2025. Streamlining and FAST Act. This is where you can find that information. We have very few people to none that use this. Typically, only your housing authorities are going to use this. Sonia, do y'all do Streamline and the FAST Act? Right. So normally it's your housing authorities, like the Raleigh Housing Authority that Sonia's with, that do this. Typically your tax credit properties or properties with home funding, they don't do this. It's something else you have to track who's eligible, who's not eligible. So unless you're going to be using it at all your properties, it's just normally something that we don't see people, but we did want to let you know that it is something that's out there, and this is where you could find the information for it. If you have questions about it, you can let us know. Shannon, do y'all use Streamline on any of your RAD deals? Okay. Where you can skip some certifications and stuff? Okay, yeah. So yeah, unless you're doing something like that, more than likely you're not going to use this. Typical income calculations, we're not going to cover this, but this is how you would calculate the hourly rate, the average pay stubs, unearned income, checking and savings and money markets, your CDs, stocks, whole life insurance. What about gig income, which has become very popular prior to the pandemic? Upwork, OnlyFans, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Lyft. Y'all don't be laughing. You're going to tell on yourself. And there's other platforms that can be used too, such as Facebook Marketplace, etc., that you got to be careful that you're not missing during your recertification or your move-ins. And we have a question in TV land.
Can you stamp the Social Security letter with a stamp if it is older than 120 days to make it valid?
Okay, So if it's the annual announcement letter that you get at the at the end of every year telling you what your rates are going to be for the next year, you don't have to stamp that because you can use it. If it's one that you received, the verification, and it's got the date at the top where you went online and printed it, or you faxed them and asked them to send you that verification for Social Security number, then you can stamp it. Everybody good with that? Yes. Yes. Right. How long? Right. Was it out of date before they brought it to you? Then you stamp it and you're good for another 120 days. So her question was, it's 2 months old. She gets it, she stamps it, it's good for another 120 days from the date that she stamped it. Now, your annual letter that you receive, benefits letter you receive, you can use that for the upcoming year if you have it, if it's Social Security. If it's disability or SSI, you cannot because it can change. Typically, your Social Security is not going to change during the year. I didn't say never, but more than likely it won't. Your SSI could change during the year if their income changes. Which one? So if it's within that 120-day range now, you stamp it, you have another 120 days. Yes, it's 120 days from the date that you stamp it, as long as the letter is still good when you received it. Now, you can't take a 140-day-year-old letter and stamp it and then say you got another 120 days. Yes. Uh-huh.
Do you have to stamp it, or with a signature and a date suffice?
You could write it, be the same as a stamp. Most people are going to use a stamp. But you can write it there, received, and the date you received it. That's fine. They're the same. Did I see something? Yes, in the back row. Why can't you obtain a letter? All right. Do you have a computer in your office? Then you can log into the Social Security Administration's account and obtain your letter. Yes, you can. I'll provide you a letter from Social Security that says otherwise during the break. Mm-hmm. Then he'll need to use his COLA increase letter from the previous year. Yeah, from that he received in December of last year. His award letter. Yes. And there are people working in the HUD office. It's a skeleton crew. You're not going to get something fast, but there are people working in the HUD office as well. I mean, I'm sorry, in Social Security offices. It's more of a challenge, but it can be done. It's going to take some creative resources to do that. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You or their family. So her question is about you having to do the authentication, and it's going to take longer, and which can be a trouble for your seniors. You're going to have to find a way for their family to help them, or it could be you being creative and helping them. It's going to take longer, so you need to prepare for that process. Yes, Randa. You still can call the phone number and request a letter to be mailed. And I believe in talking with Randa, she was able to do that the other week herself. Yes. Yes. The information is available. It's not as easy. So there's a difference between I can't do this and this is taking me too long and I don't want to. And we're leaning more toward I don't want to because this is taking me too long. It's not easy as it used to be. Yes, ma'am, on the back row. All right. One of the things to keep in mind too is the government's going to open back up at some point in time. I can't tell you when. The current spending resolution bill that they keep voting on and keeps failing, when it passes the way it is written, will fund the government through November the 21st. So if they don't change that part, you have research move-ins that you're working on when it does open back up. And if it's before November the 21st or whatever date that is that they put in there that the government's funded until we come back to this again, go ahead and start getting these documents that you need while the government is open to make it easier on yourself as well. That's not going to really help you now until it opens back up, but go ahead and start looking at your applicants and your residents that have Social Security that have recertification, and go ahead and jump in and get those. Remember, 120 days. Yes, ma'am, Krista.
So TV Land cannot hear the questions that the
Okay.
audience is given, so they're asking to please remember to.
Yeah, because I
Repeat
can't
it.
remember what the questions were myself.
And I have more. Hold on.
Okay, of course.
SSI needs to be dated within 120 days of move-in and the recert date, and we can't date stamp it.
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
So they're asking if SSI needs to be dated within 120 days of the move-in or recert date, and they cannot date stamp it.
They can date stamp it as long as the letter is good at the time that they date stamped it.
Okay, next question. My team is,
Okay, so they're receiving SSI. They requested a letter and it says that, and it's dated whatever date at the top. The date that you get that letter is within the 120 days. Then you date stamp it and extends it to another 120 days. That's for SSI. Well, it would be good for Social Security too, but you just can't use the SSI award letter for the whole year. And you had a question about a date? I did? How great. If not, you can call me at home. Yes, Miss Krista.
my team is still a bit confused about the 120-day rule pertaining to pay stubs. Can you go over that again? We normally request updated proof of income or documents if they are dated beyond 120 days.
They are correct in what they're doing because it's the most two recent. Paycheck stubs, bank statements have nothing to do with the 120-day rule, because when you read in the regulations, it says the most recent. We good on that? Clear as mud? Any other questions? Okay, so now we can talk about gig income. This is changing, and the update, I remember when this first came out, it was very difficult to get verifications. Now they're doing statements and stuff like that now. So it's constantly changing. Some of this we know because we have these accounts ourselves. So we know a little bit how they work. Like for instance, I have, no, I do not have an OnlyFans account. Who said that? No, I have another account. We'll talk about that later. They don't hold back as much money in fees. You get to keep more of your money. Right, it's all about that. Okay. But some of the, yeah, we better stop because Susan's starting to blush. And I got to pay rent next month. So it is changing, and it's constantly changing. Like I said, I remember when I first started with, I had a, what do I have? No, the money one. I had Cash App, and you really couldn't verify anything. And now they do a monthly statement. So you kind of, as we move into this together and learn more about what's available, it's very important that we do our due diligence. Did someone have a question? Yes, in TV land.
One more time, can you explain that we do need 2 full months of pay stubs for a home property?
So for the home program and National Housing Trust Fund, you need 2 months source of documents. So if they get paid monthly, that would be 2 paycheck stubs. If they get paid twice a month, that would be 4 paycheck stubs. That is the current policy until January the 1st, 2026.
I have another one.
I'm sure you do.
So gig income, is a self-employment form necessary?
Hold right there. Let's go through it before we start asking questions, because we're probably going to answer your question. Okay. So a segment of the service economy based on flexible, temporary, freelance jobs, often involving connecting clients with customers through online platforms. This is Uber, Lyft, Upwork. You can earn money on your own terms. It's treated as self-employment or as contractors. It's very important that we do our due diligence. There are various different ways to verify this. To that question she was asking, they're self-employed. So you've got 2 ways you can handle this. One way is you can get the verification documents from like Uber, Lyft, Upwork, whomever, and you calculate their income. If they choose to do self-employment income, then you could go through the self-employment worksheet, have a copy of their taxes, and treat it that way. What you don't want to do is tell them how to file their taxes. You don't want to tell somebody that you got to file as being self-employed. That's what you don't want to do. So just make sure that you're doing your due diligence, that you got a good application, you're asking good questions during your recertification and during your initial move-in to be able to make sure this isn't missed. Don't wait for them to deliver your Burger King to the office for you to find it out, because that could happen. You could also work multiple platforms as well. So you could do Lyft and you could do DoorDash if you wanted to. And you could do it as frequent as, if there was a variance in how much a person worked from month to month, you might want to, and you're looking at these documents, you might want to, ask, well, why this month you made $5,000 and next month you made only $1,000. Just ask for an explanation maybe. And it could be something, the car broke down, they went out of the country for the month, used their money that they made to go on a cruise or something like that. So just make sure you're able to explain that, just as you would any variances with a bank statement that you were reviewing. This talks about some of the verification processes with it. Do we have any other questions? Did we answer the question in TV land? Yes, ma'am.
One of them. So how do you verify someone who does side work for cash payments, like yard work, plumbing, cleaning?
So the question, well, you heard the question. So in that case, they would have to disclose it on their application, on their recertification questionnaire. If you were looking at their bank statement, you would see it show up there. If they were getting paid by Cash App or Venmo or something like that, you would see it there if you were looking at the statement. The key is you're going to do your due diligence. I mean, people are getting creative in how they're making money. I was at Harris Teeter the other day and there was somebody panhandling and they had a sign out there that said you could Cash App them the money if you didn't have cash. Because how many of us have gone in the grocery store and they've asked you for a dollar or two? You say, well, I don't carry any cash. But guess what? They found a way around that now. You can Cash App them the money. Who knew? So now I got to come up with another lie. Anybody got suggestions? I don't have a cell phone. Well, probably why I'm walking and texting at the same time. But yeah, the key thing is to do your due diligence. You know, I had a lady in Tarboro. When I worked in property management, I had a lady in Tarboro. Never said nothing about her apartment, but there was a neighboring property across the street and she was the regional and she knew who I was. And she took it upon herself to email me to let me know that the tenant at the apartment complex needed new carpet and needed this and this and this. And she knew this because she goes over there twice a week to get her nails done and her hair done and all this kind of stuff. So I pulled the file and she didn't report any of that. So we kindly called her into the office and she had to pay money back to rural development. And she moved out in the middle of the night. So, you know, things come out like that. Anybody have, oh, we have another question in TV land?
Several.
Several.
So a
We need to
follow-up
talk about Cash App for these questions.
Follow-up with the home policy changes as of January 1, 2026, or for research that might happen after January 1. Should we still get the 2 months of verification?
I feel like I know the answer, but I want to make sure I say it right because I'm not involved in that policy side of it. So what would you say, Susan, if they were working on one now? Would they go ahead and follow the new home policy or the old? Okay. So Susan's response was if it was a recertification, follow the tax credit rules that we currently have now. If it's a move-in, be patient until the policy comes out. Would they be safe waiting? Is it going to be coming out that soon? Until January the 1st, anyway. And we'll have our policy out by then. I think somebody said 2 weeks. It might be posted. So
Stephen, can you back your slide up one?
my Cash App is $ Farmville
Thank you.
here. Yes.
Yes. And for the gig income, if they are obtaining
Oh, I
statements,
skipped right over this slide. Didn't
do
I?
they need to ask for a taxes or a form?
Okay, could you, I'm sorry. I was talking and you were talking. I was being rude.
For the gig income,
Mm-hmm.
if they obtain statements, do they also need to ask for taxes or a form?
No, if they're able to verify the income from the statements that they receive from that gig income platform, then they don't have to obtain the tax forms unless there's a question and you question something, and then you would document why you obtained the additional documentation, if that makes sense. But since I skipped this, I'm going to talk about this now. Chime, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Some of these will provide current balance statements. just like your checking and savings account does now. If it's one that doesn't pay interest, such as Cash App or Venmo, and they don't pay interest, you can use the ATM receipt like you could with a Direct Express card or something, because we know there's no interest on it, so that's fine. You could do an online printout. You could screenshot the balance if no other sources are available. Just remember, if they disclose this type of income on their application or questionnaire, then it needs to be verified either on the the self-asset verification form, or either through third party showing that it has a zero balance. There we go. Everybody good? And I am done. And I think it's Krista's turn. Am I leaving? Maybe.
We know who does not do karaoke. So fair housing, this is a disclaimer that this does not count as your fair housing training for when you have to do things like your affirmative fair housing marketing plan. So there are, as Randa had said earlier, you can go onto our website, you can take fair housing classes, and there's also a number of other places you can get those and get your certificate. Fair housing issues are fact specific. Therefore, housing providers should seek legal advice from qualified fair housing professionals, attorneys regarding specific situations, policies, practices, procedures, and documents. And it does not meet your QAP, annual fair housing requirements. So we have our federal protected classes. And there's a number of laws that impact fair housing, as well as your city, town, county laws, state and local building codes. The types of dwellings that are covered. The FHA broadly applies to dwellings, which includes almost every residential rental unit. Single and multi-family housing, houses, apartments, and condos. Group homes, shelters, migrant housing, assisted living housing, and long-term transient lodging. What are some of the fair housing fundamentals? Equality is that people should not be subjected to additional rules or requirements based on groups they belong to. Equity is people do not start from the same place, and we must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances. Integration, people are entitled to live and participate in the community. Choice, people can choose where to live. Individuality, respect unique needs and circumstances. There are different elderly definitions. State and federal elderly housing programs must use program definition of elderly. That is typically 62 and older or disabled. 62 and older definition, every person residing at the property must be at least 62 or older. 55 and older definition, at least one person in 80% of the units must be at least 55 or older. The owner needs to define who can reside in the remaining 20% of the units. See also the Housing for Older Persons Act of 1995 for additional guidance on the 55 and older definition. Yes. So the question is, if a management company takes over a property from somebody else, and that property was built 20 years prior, and it's a 55 and older property, and there is nowhere in any documents that they receive that says what the other 20% of the units is. Is there anything that we have that will tell them, the new management company, what that criteria is? I'm going to give this one to Susan because I don't know. Okay, so management company B takes over a property that management company A has managed for 20 years. And it's a 55 and older property. And there is nothing that shows what that additional 20% of the units, there's nothing in any document that they have. How can they find out what the owner wanted if maybe even the owner doesn't necessarily remember or have an opinion on?
Yeah, let me just walk up here because that's easier. So we look primarily to the tenant selection plan to see what it says. And if it didn't define it, then we shouldn't have approved that tenant selection plan, but there are some out there that we have. So the important thing is to establish what it's going to be going forward. And if anybody has been denied based on that, that change in procedure, that you contact them and that you give them the opportunity to reapply. So it's not, you're just trying to establish good practices going forward. And you can point to the fact that you weren't managing and that there was no established policy set. What you're running into, so the whole thing about the elderly definition is that it gives, under fair housing laws, you cannot discriminate against families with children. The elderly definition, if you do it right, gives you the opportunity to be able to discriminate legally against families with children. You can deny families with children. But you have to have it very clearly spelled out in your policies. Otherwise, if grandma applies and she's got a 2-year-old grandchild living with her, you can't deny her unless you have it specifically laid out in your policy. And if you violate the definition, then you're in danger of losing your elderly status. And if you lose your elderly status, then you cannot refuse a family with children. So it's really important that if your overall goal is to keep children out of that property, then you have to do it in the right manner. You have to follow the definition, you have to have your policies clearly laid out, and you have to follow your policies to a T, because if you don't, you're going to lose that status, and then you're going to lose the ability to deny families with children. So the question is, if your policy does not clearly define who can live at that property, and that you don't have that everybody has to be age 45 and older, or whatever you're going to set that policy to be, then you definitely need to be talking to a fair housing attorney. Don't just take my word for it, because I am not an attorney. But I think the goal is that you write a tenant selection plan that does exactly what you need it to do, and that you establish that and you follow that to a T going forward. And for anybody who was possibly denied, incorrectly, that you do contact them. Because I do know anytime you're making any adjustments to your elderly definition at all, that's one thing that the fair housing attorney will tell you, is that if you've denied somebody that would now be eligible, that you need to contact them to let them know. Any other questions on that?
Thank you, Susan. So the disability definition is limits a physical or mental impairment that substantially one or more major life activities, having a history of such an impairment, being perceived as having such an impairment, whether the individual is or is not impaired, and includes people associating or residing with a person with a disability. Must disclose a disability and one of the above is present. So examples of disabilities: deafness, hearing loss, or other auditory impairments, cognitive disabilities, blindness or other visual impairments, mobility impairments, mental illness, and AIDS or HIV positive. Disability rights: housing providers are required to take steps and implement policies to allow individuals with disabilities an equal opportunity to live in the apartment community. This is by either asking for a reasonable accommodation or a reasonable modification. This is the law's way of leveling the playing field. Reasonable accommodations: the definition is that it's a change in rules, policies, or procedures. It's necessary because of the individual's disability, provides full and equal access to housing. The tenant would ask for this before tenancy, when applying for housing, during tenancy, or when facing eviction. If rental assistance or the source of income reasonable accommodation or source of income removes the basis of eviction. And who can ask for a reasonable accommodation? A resident or their family member, medical provider, social worker, or therapist, or anyone else that knows of this. Examples of reasonable accommodations: and the rules or the policy might be that first come, first served parking. That might be the rule of your property. But somebody might come and ask for a reasonable accommodation to change that rule to say that reserved parking for tenant with mobility impairment. So they may say, I need a parking space that's closer to my unit, and they want it actually to be reserved. The rule or the policy might be that the tenant must complete the application, but they might need an accommodation that says that someone will assist a tenant with cognitive disability to complete the application. If your rent on your property is due on the first of the month, somebody that receives Social Security or SSI, they might not get their Social Security check until, the third Wednesday of the month normally. So they may ask that you move the rent due date for them because they don't receive their disability or Social Security SSI payment until later on in the month. You might have a 1-year lease for a second floor unit, but they may need to move to the first floor prior to that year being up to the first floor unit without a fee because they have a mobility impairment. Or your policy might be that rent must be paid by check, but maybe they need you to allow them to have direct deposit or a representative payee for them so that they can pay their rent for them and make sure it gets paid timely. There may be a fee for early lease termination, but you could allow a tenant to terminate their lease early without the fee due to their disability. They may have had emergency hospitalization or the unit conditions exacerbate that disability. Your rule or your policy might say that occupants may only be added at lease renewal. They might need you to allow somebody to have a live-in aid if they're disabled. Your policy might be to terminate tenancy due to poor housekeeping, but they may ask for an accommodation to give them more time to comply with the lease requirements and remove excess clutter that they've obtained. You may have the rule of no pets allowed. We all love this one because that reasonable accommodation might be that you have to allow that service animal or assistance animal for the tenant with disability. So you just have to, talk to them and ask them, find out what they need. Service animals and support animals at properties that no pets are allowed. Yes, ma'am. If they cannot read or write, that would be considered a disability, and they may need you to help them, or they may need to ask you to allow them to find someone to help them. So if you have a policy that you don't allow someone else to fill out their application, they might have mom, dad, brother, sister, friend, or neighbor that could sit down with them and fill it out, or they may need to ask you to help them to fill it out. Reasonable accommodations do not, she's asking if you have to have the person that's asking for the reasonable accommodation that they complete a form or just sign a form that says, yes, they are asking for some help filling it out, correct? Okay. So a reasonable accommodation does not have to be in writing. I think we all kind of get in that mindset that because of our document rules, but they do not have to ask for it in writing. So if they just ask you, hey, can you help me? If you have a form, it's perfectly fine for them to sign that form. Is that correct in the back? If you have a form and they sign it saying, yes, I did ask for help. Yes, that's fine too. Yes. We don't do tricky questions on Wednesdays. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Yes, that's too tricky for a Wednesday afternoon after lunch. Stephen knows better than to give me all this stuff after lunch. So the question is, if I have a tricky property that I allow people that have had a criminal report live at the property, is that a certain criminal report to live at the property? And it's a shared space. Each family or person has their own bedroom, but then they would share their common space. And if somebody happens to move into one of those bedrooms and they are not satisfied with their neighbor and they don't feel like they can have maybe their children come visit because of who their neighbor is, what can they do as far as reasonable accommodation? I would say that this is definitely one of those times you want to reach out to your fair housing attorney. I don't think that any of us can really give you a good recommendation on that. I think that I would reach out to an attorney and find out how they want you to handle that. Does anybody in the back row want to? So y'all don't have any other ideas? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's definitely one of those that you would need to get somebody else involved because it's going to be very, very tricky. So, yes, ma'am.
I have a couple online questions.
Okay.
Can you refuse in-person rental payments? Would that be a fair housing violation?
Well, I know what my answer would be, but I'm not sure if it's the right one. I would say that no, you can't refuse that. If that's the only way they have to come and pay their rent. Susan, am I right or wrong? Or that would need to go to an attorney as well. So, and there's a lot of stuff that we can't advise you on, and that unfortunately is going to be the answer. You have to find yourself an attorney that you feel comfortable with, find one that you have a relationship with, and use them. Let them help you. Yes, ma'am.
What is an adequate amount of time for someone with a disability to comply with their lease agreement? For instance, moving furniture that's blocking a window or a door. Do we need to set a time limit? And if they still do not meet that, what's the next step?
That's a safety issue, and I would think that they should be able to move that. And yes, you should set up some sort of a time frame, but it has to be reasonable.
If I have a tenant or an applicant that needs help filling out an application, money order, etc., can I help them fill it and have him sign as long as I have documents saying they asked me to help?
I would suggest that every property have a stamp and stamp that the name of the property on it if they ask for that. I'm sorry, the question was, can you as a property manager help complete a money order for somebody to pay their rent? Any more questions before we go on to our favorite topic? So, service animals and support animals. So everybody should have a pet policy, whether that's that they no pets are allowed or that they do allow pets and what their criteria is. Under the Fair Housing Act, people with disabilities are allowed to have assistance animals in their homes. Assistance animals include emotional support animals and service animals. You can request a reasonable accommodation to many pet-related restrictions if you need an assistance animal. Housing providers may be violating the law if they refuse to allow your assistance animal to live with you. Impose a breed ban or weight limit on your assistance animal. Require unreasonable inspections of your home because you have an assistance animal. And you can the tenants can report housing discrimination to the Equal Rights Center. Service dogs would be any dog trained to perform tasks for an individual with a disability. An emotional support dog would be medically prescribed animal providing therapeutic benefit through dedicated companionship. So a service animal is one that's going to perform a task. An emotional support animal could be one that sits on your lap and you rub it all day long. That's it. You just makes you feel good. When do you find out a resident has a service or emotional support animal? After that animal is already living in the unit, or you've gone in to do inspections, or you've given them a lease violation because they have a pet. Exactly. So there's two types of assistance animals. So a service animal would be ADA covered, rights to bring animal into a public establishment. So they can bring their dog into the office. They need to tolerate a wide variety of experiences. Service animals are generally very, very well behaved. You can definitely tell when it is a true service animal. They may live with their disabled owner even if there is a no pets policy in place and they're specifically trained to assist just one person. An emotional support animal, they may live with their disabled owners even if there is a no pets policy in place. Their primary function is to provide emotional support through companionship. Sit on their lap all day long if that's all they want. Make sure that you have a policy. The different types of emotional support animals can be a hamster, a bird, a dog, a cat, a rabbit, a horse. Make sure you have a policy. So the service animals and internet verifications, how many people have seen these? So they can just log online and get their little certificate or a vest or something. Well, good news. Good news. Finally, HUD in 2020 published guidance clarifying how housing providers can comply with the Fair Housing Act when assessing a person's request to have an animal in housing to provide assistance because of a disability. So HUD's on our side. They're saying, whoa, wait a minute, we need to back up and look at this again. So it specifically addresses those internet verifications where there is no known relationship between the patient and the verification provider other than providing the verification. So they have to have a relationship with the patient or the therapist. And a service animal is a dog with a narrow exception for miniature horses that has been trained to perform specific tasks or services for a disabled person, for that one person. You must have separate rules for pets and service and companion animals. You cannot use your pet policy for the service animal. You cannot use your pet policy for the companion animal. You need to have separate policies. Again, make sure that you're reaching out to your attorney, your fair housing attorney, so that they can help you make sure that it's the way it needs to be. You cannot collect a fee or a pet deposit. You can charge for damages that are caused by the service or companion animal. You may require third-party documentation that a household member is disabled and that they need a service or a companion animal. A support animal, which may be trained or untrained and do work, perform tasks, provides assistance and or provides therapeutic emotional support for the individuals with disabilities. A person may have a disability-related need for both animals or two disabled people in the same household each need their own assistance animal. How many dogs, cats, emotional support animals, how many do you think that they can have? As many as they need. Yes. So the question is, it's referring back to the HUD's guidance that they have to have a relationship, a known relationship between the patient and the verification provider. And this patient goes to see their new therapist one time, and he says, yes, you need this. Here's your verification. Is that correct? And it happens to be online. They do but there's definitely a difference between I'm seeing my therapist online, or this is a therapist that's going to give me this right here. This is what their sole purpose is. Um, Definitely reach out to your fair housing attorney. Check with them because you do not want to violate any of these laws. So the question is, the guidance that was published on January 28th, 2020, does it refer to both service animals and emotional support animals? Yes, I believe it does. Okay. There was another question. So this question is a So the question is, if one of your residents needs a service animal because they're unable to pick items up off the floor, and it happens to be a dog that they want, we all know the dog is going to go outside and use the bathroom outside. And she wants to know, who's responsible to pick the poop up. Yes, the resident's required to make sure that they have a way to clean up after the pet, if that is your policy, is that they clean up after the service animal. All that you can do is enforce the rules and then contact your fair housing attorney to have them help you with whatever you want that resolution to be. Yes, Randa?
I have two online questions.
Of course you do. Come on.
Can you still request vaccination documentation for service animals or
Yeah.
emotional support animals?
Yes, you do need the vaccination documentation.
Second question, can we deny farm animals as emotional support animals as long as we have a policy?
You need to look at your not your tenant selection plan. You need to look at your policies and you need to reach out to your attorney. Like a rooster, yes. The question is, how do you accommodate a horse? You have to talk to your attorney. Because the law says that a horse can be a service animal. So, well, technically, service animals are restricted to a dog or a horse, miniature horse. Anything else would be emotional support. If If they are violating the rules, the regulations, you have to treat them just like you would anybody else. Yes. Again, your fair housing attorney is going to be your best friend. Reasonable modifications definitions. A physical change in the premises to allow an individual with a disability to fully enjoy and use the dwelling. It includes the common areas and interior of the dwelling unit. So some examples of reasonable modifications might be to install a wheelchair ramp, installing a light switch or thermostat in an accessible location, installing strobe lights, smoke detectors, or doorbells, installing the lever door handles or push button locks, installing grab bars in the bathroom, widening the doorways. So who pays for the reasonable modifications? It depends on what type of funding source you have. So we have a lot of people that have layered programs. And when you have a layered program, you have to look at everything. You can't just pick what program you want to go by. So if it's the home program, the owner is responsible for the cost of the reasonable modification. If it's a CDBG program, the owner. Section 202 and 811, the McKinney-Vento Supportive Housing, the USDA Rural Development, public housing, and privately owned with federal rental assistance, all of those, the owner would be responsible. If it's a LIHTC or a tax exempt bond or a conventional property, you can pass that cost on to the tenant. What if a property has multiple funding sources? Who's responsible then? The most stringent. So if you have a tax credit RD property, then you have to go with RD's rules on that, and the owner would be responsible. Property managers may request proof that the person has the disability and is covered under the law. They may also request additional information that the accommodation or modification is necessary and or will address the issue. DHHS targeting applicants and tenants can request further inquiry into the nature and type of disability, however, must be limited to matters directly related to the requested accommodation or modification. Rental assistance such as Section 8, key program, etc., must be taken into consideration when evaluating ability to pay rent and request for reasonable accommodations to the standard credit history criteria. So if you have somebody that is applying and you would normally deny them because of their credit, you may have to give them a reasonable accommodation if they have a rental assistance program. But always, always, always follow your tenant selection plan. Make sure that you have it posted, make sure that you can read it. And while we're talking about that tenant selection plan, that one, your affirmative fair housing marketing plan, and your VAWA transfer plan, make sure it's accessible to the resident. If you guys are the doorway to my office and I'm sitting at my desk and this is my wall, if I don't want that tenant crawling over top of my desk to get to that to read it right behind me, then it's not accessible to the resident. So make sure you have it where they can access it without having to ask you. Yes. No, you're backwards. So because it's Section 8 and it has rental assistance and it's a government program, the owner is responsible for the cost. It's whatever's most stringent you have to go by. If it was straight tax credit, then the tenant would be responsible. Yeah. So a blanket rule, either stated or in a pattern of practice, that we do not provide accommodations for a criminal history may be illegal. Timeliness in responding to a reasonable accommodation or reasonable modification is important. So if I came to your office today and I told you what I needed and I asked you for that, and you said whatever you were going to say, I'll look into it, I have to process it, whatever. And all of a sudden, November 15th comes and goes, and I still haven't heard anything from you, that's the same thing as you telling me no. So make sure that you are communicating with the resident. You may have to go through someone else, and that person might be on medical leave, that person might be on vacation, or they may have to be researching a little more. Make sure that you are communicating with them, that you are still looking into it, that maybe you've had to escalate it to somebody else because the person that normally reviews them may be out on medical or whatever, but don't just push it aside. Undue delay in responding to a request could be seen as a refusal to make an accommodation or allow a modification, and consequently a violation of the law. And delays should be communicated. So if they just think that you're ignoring them and you're not going to, that you've told them no because you have not communicated with them, they can go to legal aid or to somewhere and file a suit against you, and you don't want that. If a tenant submits a reasonable accommodation request in response to a lease termination or eviction notice, the termination process should not continue until a decision on the request has been made and communicated to the tenant. The language access plans and the limited English proficiency plans, federal fund recipients must ensure meaningful access by persons with limited LEP. North Carolina Housing Finance Agency requires all recipients to complete a 4-factor analysis, and a copy of that can be found in the back of your training book. After deciding what language assistance services are appropriate, develop a plan to address the needs of the LEP population served. Elements to consider are who needs assistance and what language assistance is needed. Identify points of contact staff may have with LEP persons. Identify ways language assistance will be provided. Provide appropriate translated notices to the LEP persons, such as eviction notices, emergency plans, etc., and provide interpreters for meetings. And this slide, as what we talked about earlier, we will not be providing any forms in Spanish or any other language. So common fair housing law violations. Some of the most common fair housing law violations include refusing to rent based on a protected class, treating tenants differently, asking prohibited questions, failing to make reasonable accommodations, discriminating based on source of income. I think a lot of times we go out of our way to try to be nice, and we don't think that we're actually violating the fair housing law. So we have to be really, really careful. And sometimes it's someone who's trying to be the nicest, or maintenance men, they don't know what the law is. If you currently do not have your maintenance men taking some fair housing classes, you should think about having that be done, because they're out there talking to the residents, talking to the applicants, talking to people on the street, and they have no clue. You know, they have absolutely no clue what they're saying, that they're being honest, they're being genuine and nice, but it can always be taken wrong. The Violence Against Women's Act was signed back into law on March 11th of 2022 by Congress, and the effective changes began in January of 2024. It includes provisions that affect housing providers. In 2004, HUD Section 8 and public housing programs were involved. With the 2013 reauthorization, more HUD programs, including home funds, rural development, and LIHTC programs were covered. This latest authorization notably adds the National Housing Trust Funds program. HUD has replaced the VAWA forms on HUD clips. These include the HUD 5380, the 81, 82, and 83. Previous versions, including translated versions, have been removed. HUD has indicated they soon would be issuing new guidance explaining when owners and agents are required to implement these new versions. VAWA 22 requires that no public housing agency or owner or manager of housing assisted under a covered housing program shall discriminate against any person because that person has opposed any act or practice made unlawful by VAWA, or because that person testified, assisted, or participated in any matter related to VAWA. No public housing agency or owner or manager of housing assisted under a covered housing program shall coerce, intimidate, threaten, or interfere with, or retaliate against any person in the exercise or enjoyment of, on account of the person having exercised or enjoyed, or on account of the person having aided or encouraged any other person in the exercise or enjoyment of any rights or protections under VAWA. Basically, if I called the police because my neighbors were fighting and I felt like there could be a domestic violence and I was calling for a welfare check or I was calling for a noise complaint, don't penalize me because I was trying to use my rights under VAWA. Protection to report crimes from home, landlords, homeowners, tenants, residents, occupants, and guests of and applicants for housing shall have the right to seek law enforcement or emergency assistance on their behalf or on behalf of another person in need of assistance. They shall not be penalized based on their requests for assistance or based on criminal activity which they are a victim of or otherwise not at fault under the statutes, ordinances, regulations, or policies adopted or enforced by covered governmental entities. Prohibited penalties include actual or threatened assessment of monetary or criminal penalties, fines, or fees, eviction, refusal to rent or renew tenancy, refusal to issue occupancy permit or landlord permit, closure of the property or designation of the property as a nuisance or a similar, okay, anyone that's been to our trainings know I can't say that word, negative designation. So this is your 5381 that everybody should have posted on their bulletin board. And so for more fair housing training, there are a lot of references out there and a lot of places that you can go to get it. Are there any more questions? Yes. The question is with the key targeting tenants, if they are having trouble with somebody and they have reached out to their coordinator and you have sent copies of the lease violations, you've sent emails, you've tried to reach out to them and you're getting no response. I believe the first thing they should do is reach out to Kay Johnson. Is that correct? No, Lamar. Who is that? Deetra Purcell is the manager for that department. And you should reach out to Deetra if you're not having any response from the coordinator. And you can find her information on the website. Okay. Anybody else have questions? All right. Who is this? Me? Stephen? We're going to take a short break. So if anybody needs to run to the restroom, Stephen, 15 minutes? We're going to come back at 3:10.
We're getting ready to get started, but first I've got to run the crumble cookies and get Shannon and Shirley. You don't like crumble? Insomnia? Yeah. Oh, they'll be real hot. But I'll go to the vending machine after this little section and get you some Chips Ahoy. That's the best we can do. We ain't got a budget in the state, so we ain't got no extra money. Y'all feel sorry for us. I know. Okay, so we're going to talk about physical inspections, Inspire, state and non-compliance. This section should go by easy because basically if it's broke, you need to fix it. That's the thing to keep in mind. If it's broke, fix it. So what is Inspire? It's the national standards for physical inspection of real estate. It replaces the UPCS and the HQS. So it aligns all these inspection programs on the federal level together. If you came in person today, you got a copy of the Inspire guidebook that you can take back to your property, share with your maintenance staff. If you're joining us virtually, you were not able to come by and pick one up, obviously, but you can go to this link here and download and print a copy of the Inspire guidebook. The elephant in the room with Inspire is for owner and agents. You may incur costs to bring a property into Inspire compliance. There's no dedicated funds from HUD, Housing Finance Agencies, et cetera, to make these repairs or these upgrades. It may be possible to use replacement reserves or project cash flow out of your general account. So you need to talk to your investors, lenders, and other relevant parties. A lack of dedicated funding is not an excuse for non-compliance. So you can't say that the property doesn't have the money, so we're not able to fix this new policy that's listed in Inspire. The Inspire priorities are for the residents, PHAs, the inspectors, and HUD, and it lists what their responsibilities are and what the focus is. One of the things that with Inspire you will see was with UPCS, more attention was put on the outside of the apartments, the common areas, and with Inspire it focuses more on where the resident spends most of their time, which is inside their units. So it's very important what's going on in the units, because that's where you're going to find most of your findings that you have when we come out and do inspections, or if you have a HUD inspection through a REAC inspection, most of the point loss or most of the non-compliance is going to take place inside the apartments rather than the common areas. We know that it's effective now with these effective dates that we see here. So we are fully in full force with Inspire now. There were a few items that were grandfathered until October the 1st, and they're no longer grandfathered. While HUD did make an extension on some of those items, such as the GFIs, they still cite it. They don't deduct points, but you have to repair it and document that it's been repaired within that allowable time. So that means for the tax credit program and for us, even though we don't do point deductions, we do require you to make repairs. So we will be writing those items up going forward. Again, you can look at the HUD's website to access their Inspire notices, and then their final standards that was published on 8/11/2003, and any additional updates can be found at this particular site. The focus of Inspire with UPCS, we wanted to make sure we had decent, safe, sanitary, and good repair. With Inspire, we're looking at the functionality of adequate, operable, and free of health and safety hazards. And we're looking very closely inside of the apartments where the tenants live at. These are the 63 inspection standards that you'll find within Inspire. And again, we moved to 3 areas that we're focused on instead of the 5 that we used to have with the UPCS. We're looking in the units, we're looking inside, which is your common areas, and then we're looking outside, which is the exterior of your apartment community. The health and safety determinations, life-threatening, severe, moderate, and low. These are the type of deficiencies with Inspire. Just keep in mind with the tax credit program, all repairs have to be made within 30 days, except for those life-threatening and severe, which must be made within 24 hours. And then here's some examples of some of those life-threatening, severe, moderate, and low. Our response policy is in general that things that we write up as non-compliance, whether it's state or federal non-compliance, must be responded to within 30 days of the letter. If you have a life-threatening or severe item that requires a 24-hour fix, you do not have to do like with HUD and send us that documentation within 24 hours. What you're going to do is you're going to wait and send it with that 30-day response, but your work order, your invoice should indicate that you made the repair or you started on the repair within 24 hours. Continuing with this year and with next year too, more than likely, we will not be allowing repairs during the inspection process. The only exception is now you can install light bulbs. It's not because it's a blocked egress, not because it's a shock hazard, but because we want to see that the light fixture works. So you can do that. So if you didn't bring the light bulbs with you, you can't run back and get them. We're going to write it up as the light fixture doesn't work because you weren't able to demonstrate to us. I know some of the tenants like to take those out because it's too bright, but the day of the inspection, we need to see that all the sockets are in working order. And then reattaching or plugging in electric stove elements. How many of you, we've come in, we've done the inspection, they took the elements out because they're cleaning them. You did a pre-inspection, you told them to clean the oven, they just didn't put it back together. So you did what they asked you to do, they just didn't finish it. We will allow you, the staff, whether it's your maintenance man, manager, regional, slip those elements back in so you can test it, and we won't write that up as non-compliance as long as the elements work. And it's recommended you don't touch the elements because you'll burn your finger like I did. You have to go home and fill out a bunch of paperwork. Reattaching and plugging, so we talked about the stove, child protectors on outlet covers, cabinets, door locks, and oven knob protectors. We'll let you take those off so we can do the testing to make sure everything is in good working order. In the bathroom, you're required to have the exhaust fan. There are some people that have hearing aids that will unplug them because it bothers their hearing aids or something like that. We will let the maintenance person or whomever plug it in, show that it works, and then they can disconnect it again. We just want to make sure that it's in working order. We'll let you do that. And then how many of you have gas stoves in your apartments? There's not many of those, but if you have one and the pallet light is not on, we'll let you light the pallet light so you can test the appliance. So those are the only things you can do during the inspection to avoid non-compliance. This is a list of the items that we found in 2024 that were Inspire non-compliance. So it tells you what the items were over on the left, the standard item, and then how many times we cited that during the inspections in 2024. And then we also have state non-compliance. That's non-compliance. It's not part of Inspire or either the properties in the extended use period. This is an example of those top items. And you can see egress was number 1. Passing the Inspire inspection does not mean that the property meets the state or local building codes. International Fire Code, the QAP standards. That's our standards that we have, such as the roll-in curtain, the shower curtain for roll-ins, showers, etc. Accessibility requirements. So it could be that our inspection scores different, not scores, but looks different than what you would have from actual Inspire, because we're looking at different things. Because they're looking just at the Inspire standards. When you have an inspection from us, we're looking at Inspire. We're looking at known building codes, whether it's local or state. We're looking at the 8823 audit guide for some issues. And then we're looking at things that are in the QAP that you have to follow as well. Inspire generally applies to all projects, just not new ones. The UPCS and HQS are fully replaced. And again, there's no grandfathering. And they're not based on the allocation year or the place in service when we're talking about the grandfather, such as the GFI outlet protections and the water heaters and stuff, smoke alarms and all that good stuff. So we have the state program physical inspection policy. We have a document for that on our agency website that goes through these different items, what state noncompliance. I'm going to let you read that on your own and not read all these slides. But it talks about some of the information that we look for when we come out and do a when we're doing the inspection from a state perspective. If you operate in multiple states, our state policy will differ from different states. For example, in North Carolina, you can't have full wrapped drip pans. In South Carolina, you can. So just remember the difference between the two states or multiple states. The grace period until October the 1st, that grace period has ended. So that was the GFCIs and the guardrails and the label doors for fire doors. And then the ones that were no longer covered by the grace period back in January were the bathroom ventilation, the smoke detector replacements, and then the water heaters with the discharge pipe being trimmed 2 to 6 inches. Any other questions about physical inspections? Yes, Ms. Shannon. Yes.
And do we have it more? And then I noticed like on all of my fires, now the agency is getting copied on them from HUD, and I didn't know, like I didn't say, hey, send this to the agency. Is HUD reaching out? I just noticed a lot of NCHFA people are copied on it, but I'm getting an Inspire report.
Okay, so Shannon's question, and I'm going to let Randa answer this because she's the one with the login information to the REAC inspections and tells us. So Shannon's question is, is there what determination which REAC or I'm sorry, which Inspire inspections we will accept into place? And then is there anything we can do to get more of those inspections accepted? And I would love to see that because that would mean less inspections for us as inspectors. So, you know, we want that more than you do. And the third thing is, if I understood correctly, when you get your inspection results from Inspire, you started noticing that the agency is getting copied on them. So have at it, Miss Randa.
First, who's getting copied on those? Because I don't know of anybody that's actually getting copies of those Inspire reports. So that is a new to me that I've heard that we're actually getting copies of those. But what Shannon's referring to is called the Federal Alignment Program. And it is something that HUD has put that tries to align all of the different inspection agencies under one and trying to encourage all of the agencies to use each other's reports instead of getting inspected by potentially RD and HUD and the agency and a syndicator all in the same year. They're trying to align the portfolios to get everybody to use each other's reports, since we're all looking for essentially the same thing. And now with Inspire, even more so the same thing versus before where maybe RD did their own thing. Everybody is using Inspire now. And we've been using the federal alignment program for several years now. There is a portal that HUD has that tells us when inspections are hopefully going to happen. The problem is they are way behind on inspections. And so just because a property is supposed to get inspected this year doesn't mean that it actually will. So we can only use inspections that we know for certain have been scheduled or that they have happened. And of course, they have to be part of the federal alignment. And so at the beginning of the year and throughout the year, I will log in and see if any new ones have been scheduled within the time frame for us to be able to use them. And again, right now with the shutdown, all of Inspire staff that was staffed by HUD has been fired. So there are no inspections happening right now. And then through the pandemic, everybody was years and years behind. If you know that you are having an Inspire inspection at your property, you can reach out to your compliance person and ask if you can use the Inspire inspection instead of a NCHFA inspection, and then we can look and see if it is part of the alignment program, and if we can use those. It never hurts to ask. I know that there were a couple of yours that you had REAC inspections the day before or the day after. I was there this year, but they were not listed in the portal as having inspections. And so had we known that, we may have been able to use those instead of, I think there were two of them, we literally did back to back. Nope. It is a totally different HUD portal that has the information. And so I can see if a schedule has like if one has been scheduled. I can also see when they are hopeful to have them, but I can't rely on that. So even if it says it's going to happen in 2026, I can't rely on that. I have to look at whether it's been scheduled or not, or whether it has happened. So if you've had one in 2026 and we come to try to do an inspection and your recent REAC was inspected in 2026, just reach out to your compliance monitor and we will see if we can use the Inspire report from HUD versus coming out and doing an inspection. We can't promise that we can do it every time, but we can look and see if the property meets the criteria.
The other thing to keep in mind too is we can use the HUD inspections. We cannot use rural developments inspections because they use a different inspection standard than Inspire. They're over in their own little world as usual, being difficult and being the redheaded stepchild. Any other questions? The basic thing is, if it's broke, fix it. I mean, yes.
I might have intended to put on there and might have forgot, but as far as corrections that people may be when it's inspecting, how a lot of tenants like to unplug the smoke detectors right after you leave and everything. Was that on there that y'all allow us to plug those back in there?
Well, you'll need to plug it in for the inspection. Yeah, we'll let you do that. Most people will, yes. Of course, like you said, they're going to unplug it when you leave. That's something you're going to have to deal with them. Hopefully you'll catch during your random inspections that you do. But yeah, some tenants you can just go in there every day and plug it back in because they're going to unplug it. There's nothing you could, which is the good thing about the tamper-proof fire as far as detectors, as far as that with the batteries. But if they're hardwired, you know, there's nothing to stop them other than beating them, charging them money, beating them. All right, but we'll let I think somebody else is due next. Who is this? Krista.
How to have an award-winning review process, file reviews and physical inspections. How many of you are in charge of putting your file reviews into RCRS or doing the physical inspections? Okay. Do you get the notifications in RCRS about the physical inspections? Do you make sure that your site manager and your maintenance person gets a copy of that? Okay, good. For your file reviews, do you make sure that you review all the files prior to pushing that magic button that sends it to us? Okay. So the frequency and how often we come to your property or how often we do a file review is determined by the fund and source. If you are just a straight tax credit property, you're only going to have to deal with us every 3rd year. If you have RPP, you're going to see us annually. Average income programs are going to be annually. And the old state tax credits, the workforce housing loan program, is going to be annually. So physical inspections, frequency and sample size. It's also determined by the funding source. Tax credit is going to be 20% of the units every 3 years. If you have a large property that has 100+ units, then we will come every year and do 10%. RPP and average income is going to be 10% annually. And the workforce housing loan program is going to be that old state tax credits. That's going to be 10% annually. The monitor and sample size may be increased at the agency's discretion. So normally in December, we get our portfolio. A lot of times you will not see the same person next year that you saw this year. We go through and we figure out where we can go, how many inspections we can get done a day, and we have it all entered by the middle of January. So if you have access to RCRS, go in and look and see when are we coming to your property, or at least it's anticipated. It's going to say May 31st, June 30th. It'll say like the last day of the year. And you'll see that, oh, wait a minute, my site manager is getting married on April 15th and it says they're coming in April. Reach out to that person. It's going to tell you who the monitor is going to be. Reach out to them in January and say, hey, if you're coming, I know she's getting married on such and such a day. We should be able to, at that point, be able to reschedule. We might push you to the next week and flip-flop our weeks. We might change you to a whole different month. It all depends on when our schedules are. We normally will reach out to you about 2 months prior to it. Please don't wait until you get that email, because by that time, we've already notified other properties that were coming that week or that month. We've already have our schedule, our hotels and all that. So if you can, everybody is able to, please look at an RCRS, see when we're coming. And if there's something that is going on that month, let us know so that we can reschedule it if it has to be done. Let's see. So for physical inspections, we are going to notify you about normally around 60 days prior and let you know when we're going to be coming. However, the letter in RCRS will not show up until about 15 days prior to the inspection. With that notification letter that is in RCRS, you're going to find the tips for a successful property inspection and our state noncompliance items. These state noncompliance items are different than what Inspire trains you on. So if your maintenance men have only gone to Inspire training and you have not provided them this, they don't understand why they're getting dinged for some of these things. You can also find that information on our website if you don't have access to the actual letter. For the file reviews, you'll get that letter 14 days prior to when we want your files. And you're going to have 14 days to respond, ensure that everything that is requested is provided. Use those 14 days to review what we are going to be looking at. So make sure that you've entered all the move-in documents, that everything's signed, it's dated, it's completed, there's no forms missing. Make sure that you're going in and double checking everything that you have done. The notification letters are sent via RCRS, and they're going to go to whoever you have as contacts. That's one of those reasons why it's so important. So when I get my portfolio and I'm going to ABC Properties. So I want to reach out to them and say, hey, I'm going to come the week of May 14th. Is that great with y'all? Well, if you don't have anybody listed under contacts, or if whoever's listed no longer works there, my email is never going to get answered. And it just makes it hard on everybody because I can't get it scheduled, and you guys won't get that 60 days notice. You might get 3 weeks. So to be in compliance, file review and physical inspections, units must be occupied by certified income eligible households at restricted rents, be rented to non-transient households, maintain a condition suitable for occupancy and meet program inspection protocols. The project they must meet the minimum set-asides and be available to the general public. Preparing for the file review, they are conducted through RCRS. You need to review the notification letter to provide what is asked for, ensure that your utility allowance has been updated, ensure that management forms are uploaded and current, such as your affirmative housing marketing plan, your tenant selection plan, your 8609s, and you're only going to provide what is requested in the notification letter. Like Stephen said, that Violence Against Women's Act addendum, we don't want that. You need to have it in your file, but we don't want you to upload it. Physical inspections, what are we looking for? They are conducted to ensure that the property and units are in compliance with the national standards for the physical inspection, standards adopted by the IRS, and the state-specific requirements. Make sure that you have a preventative maintenance schedule, that you're walking your property on a regular basis. When I say walk your property, I don't mean drive in, drive around, drive out. Get out of your car, walk the fronts, walk the backs, walk the sides. We can tell the people that do not walk the back of their property as soon as I walk behind it. And then I'm looking, the manager, she's digging a hole in the sand, and the maintenance man's looking like, you know. When you need to conduct your random inspections. Go in and do these inspections. When your maintenance men go in to do something that the tenant's called and asked for, have him look at the unit while he's in there and report back to you. When he's in there, look, you should be always looking for work orders that need to be generated. Budget properly for replacements and big repairs. Deferred maintenance is always going to cost more in the future if you don't do it. Notify your staff of the rough schedule month in RCRS. So if you're in the home office and you see that Krista is planning on coming in April, let them know. Say, hey, it's not a complete date, but they are scheduled, that they anticipate to be here in April. And as soon as the inspection date is confirmed, notify everyone. Call your maintenance, call your site manager, call your landscaper. Make sure you get notices out to the residents. Make sure that they know that we're coming. You're always going to notify every single resident, even though we're not going into all the units. So on the day of the inspection, we're going to review for all properties. We're going to look at your affirmative fair housing marketing plan. You must have an approved plan by the agency uploaded in RCRS and posted in the common area. Remember, if your site manager doesn't want somebody crawling across the desk and getting all up in her face and behind her, don't have it on the bulletin board that's behind her. Have it out where they can get to it. The tenant selection plan is the same way, and it has to be approved plan by the agency, uploaded in RCRS and posted in the common area. So it must match. The 5381, the Violence Against Women's Act Emergency Transfer Plan, needs to be posted. And for RD properties, they also have a different one that you can use. The RPP properties, we also want to see a management plan and ensure the agency approved copy uploaded in RCRS. If you have changes to that management plan, make sure you update them. That's no longer needed. I forgot, I'm sorry. Chodo properties, the tenant grievance procedures, the agency approved copy must be posted in a common area. The annual third-party inspections of the building systems, the elevators, the most recent copy, annual testing is not required. The fire sprinkler alarm systems, backflows, emergency backup generators, chiller and hot water boilers, and rechargeable fire extinguishers. How many people are responsible to get those inspections? The sprinklers, the backflows, the alarms, all that. When you get it in your hands, do you read it? Or do you just stick it in a folder and put it aside because you know the inspector is going to want to see it? Okay. So make sure you're reading them. If there's deficiencies, those deficiencies have to be repaired. The reports must be available prior to the inspection. When we send you the confirmation notice, we're going to say, please send us these, because it's going to be a lot smoother if we can review those before we get to your property. If they are not available on the day of the inspection, it will be recorded as noncompliance. Certificates and/or inspection reports must show that the systems or components have passed the inspection and the components work as intended. Get an early start on these inspections. As you know, the contractors are not going to be able to come out to your property next week when you call them and say, hey, I've got an inspection. I just noticed that it's out of date. So you need to make sure you have a tickler inspection so that you know if it's going to expire in May, that they're out there in May. Get an early start. If this fails the inspection, you're going to need time to have them come back and make the necessary repairs. The sample size is based on the funding type and compliance period status. Our vacant unit inspection prior to 2021, our policy was to enter all the units that had been vacant for more than 30 days up to a maximum of 10. For 2025, we only inspected 20% of the units vacant over 30 days. This policy will be reevaluated annually for the next few years until our workload moderates. So you may find that we're only going to go into a percentage of your vacants that have been vacant over 30 days. The agency may inspect additional vacant or occupied units as deemed necessary, up to 100% of the units. Special conditions when the agency or staff may not want to inspect certain units. We're not going to go into a unit that has bed bugs. Make sure if you have a unit that has bed bugs that you get it treated, and then you have your exterminator come back out and but inspect it to make sure that it's still clear. If a resident is under eviction, a lot of times they're mad, they're not happy with you, they're not going to be happy with me. We're not going to deal with that. If the unit is under a court-related lockout, we're not going to go in that unit. If the resident has a contagious illness, make sure that you have a list the day of the inspection. Hey, so-and-so has the flu, this person has a stomach virus, these children are homesick. No one wants to get sick. If you've got a vicious dog barking or growling at the door and the resident's not home, or if they are verbally or physically abusive, we're not going in. Have your list ready. So vacant units over 6 months, regardless whether they're ready or not, will be inspected and state noncompliance issued if no move-in is scheduled. So this is what your preliminary inspection report looks like. This is the same as the old handwritten one that you used to make a copy of the day of the inspection. Nobody had an opportunity, or very few of you had the opportunity to get one of my handwritten reports. Be thankful. A lot of us don't have good handwriting, and so this is great. This is a wonderful, wonderful upgrade. So you don't have those physical inspection papers anymore. You're going to get this copy if the inspector has access to Wi-Fi, whether it be if they have a hotspot or if you have Wi-Fi in your office. They'll be able to send this to you before they leave for the day, and that way you can get started on your units and on your work orders. If Wi-Fi is not available, then, or if maybe it's not strong enough, you may have to wait until we get back to either our house or the hotel. On that report, it's going to show everything that has a 24-hour correction required. Again, just like Steven said, you're not going to send us the proof that you fixed these in 24 hours. You're going to go ahead, you're going to fix them in 24 hours, make sure your work orders are completed, and just have them in a folder until you get that letter in RCRS so that you can add them to the others when you get ready to send us our report. When you get your report, it'll in RCRS, this is how it's going to look. And then you'll get an actual letter that looks just like this, except it won't be orange or won't be red. And it actually will tell you what the deficiency was, which building, which unit, the description, the notes, whether it's a compliance or whether it is a concern. Remember, you don't have to respond to comments or concerns, and whether it's been cleared or still uncorrected. After this year, you won't see any more cleared. Those were for your GFCIs and for your smoke alarms and stuff like that had a grace period. The one thing I want to point out, and it's not on this one, but some of the deficiencies might say that there's an egress problem, and it will say something like either that the door would not shut and latch, or that there was something blocking it and it couldn't shut all the way. I have seen a lot of work orders that are just copying and pasting that description in, and then I get a work order back that says complete. Well, it was either or. So right on there, what did you do? Did you fix the latch, or did you move the items that were in front of the door? Underneath description, a lot of times it will say which one of those it was. So please make sure that you're reviewing the work orders. Make sure that they're signed, they're dated. It says what was done to fix them. So you're going to notify the owner, and this letter notifies the owner and management of the findings observed and the corrective action that is required. Management will upload all responses in PDF form into RCRS within the allotted response time frame. Again, no response is required for concern or comments. For those of you that are responsible for uploading this response into RCRS, please look at what you are uploading. Make sure the work orders are complete. Make sure they're signed and dated. Make sure they're legible. Once you scan them, go back in and look at it before you upload it, because scanners can pull 2 or 3 sheets through at a time. And you might think that you sent us every single one, and maybe only 5 out of the 10 actually scanned. So make sure that you're going back in, you're looking at it. If you can put it in order of our letter, if you only have 4 or 5 non-compliance, it's not hard for them to get lost in there. But if you have 50 or 60 non-compliance items and you took the papers and played 52 card pickup with them, we're human. We can miss them. So if you have them organized, have them in there, we can go straight down it and we're going to get every single one. So that also shows that there's a 24-hour correction required. So you'll see the 24-hour in a lot of different spots on your reports. So if you fail to make the 24-hour repairs, you may end up seeing a finding that says they were not completed timely, and a continued practice of not making timely repairs may result in being removed from the approved management list. So make sure that you are going through, write those work orders up as soon as we leave that day and get started on them. When you send in for your file review, for your results letter, do not include a copy of the results letter. We sent that to you, we already have it. Ensure to include what is asked for in the letter. If we asked for one thing, don't send us something else. Just send us what we asked for. Do not backdate corrections. So if we tell you you did not have a LIHTC addendum, and you go to the file and you look, and nope, we're right, you forgot to get it signed. That's fine. Have them sign one, but don't backdate it. It needs to be dated the date they sign it. Do not use the true and accurate as of statement. If you do, if that's your company's policy, we kind of ignore that. It's fine if you use it. However, we don't accept it, so we're not going to go back on that date. The comments and concerns, the same as your physical inspections, they do not require a response. but they should be addressed internally to avoid potential future noncompliance. A lot of times you might see a concern that you calculated the income incorrectly. If it did not hurt the eligibility, we're probably not going to make it a noncompliance. We're going to make it a concern. But if you don't address it and you don't look at it and see what you did wrong so that, oh, shoot, I didn't even think of that. I've been doing it wrong all along. Let me fix this and stop doing it that way. Then you're going to continue to, and eventually you are going to have something that's going to hurt your eligibility. If clarification is needed for what you need, reach out to the monitor that conducted the file review. And again, keep the correction documentation in order of Exhibit A so that we can find it easily and we're not missing it when we're going through making our corrections to your file. You don't want us to miss anything. We don't want to miss anything. So for your physical inspections, you're going to provide a work order or an invoice along with pictures documenting the correction. Again, you're only going to give us what we ask for. So if we ask you for a picture, that's all we need. But you definitely want to write on the picture the unit number and the date that it was fixed. If we say work order or invoice, you're going to send us what you had to do. So if you had a contractor come out to make the repairs, you're going to give us that invoice. If your maintenance man went and made the repairs, you'll give us the work order. Again, do not upload a copy of the compliance results letter. We already have it. So normally the invoice, if a contractor or vendor did the work, a work order if the staff completed the repair, a picture if the resident made the repair, and you're only going to send what's requested. Make sure that the invoice work order includes the date the work order is completed, or it will be considered incomplete. That goes back to looking at your work orders and reading them. A bid or a proposal is not satisfactory documentation that the noncompliance has been corrected. So we talked about the final report letter earlier. You will no longer get that extra 15 days, but you will still get the final report letter, correct? The final report letter is still going to go out just like normal. And so you'll be able to see if there's any still non-corrected noncompliance on there. You will no longer get that 15-day opportunity to make the repairs. Yes. When you get our initial letter, the compliance results letter in RCRS, the question was, would he be able to send everything in earlier? Correct? Is that what you were asking? Well, for what has to be corrected. So you'll get your compliance results letter first. You'll review it. You'll do your work orders or your corrections, whatever that happens to be. And you will upload your response. When we get that response, we go in and we do our corrections, and then we submit the final report. The final report will come back to you. And over where it says date corrected, if you gave us what we asked for and we accepted it, there will be a date there. But if you either did not correct it, you didn't give us anything, or what you gave us didn't correct the finding, it will still remain uncorrected. That letter will then go on to a final letter. Once you get that final letter, if there is non-corrected non-compliance, then you'll have to go in and do a compliance resolution packet. Yes, at that point, that's when you'll do that. So in RCRS, you'll see the little red bubble that shows that there's some action that has to be done. Uncorrected noncompliance remaining from the closed monitor and review must be corrected to remain in good standing. If you have outstanding noncompliance, it's not going to show up in that red bubble. So you have to monitor that yourself. You know, when you get that final report back, you're going to know, oh, whoops, I didn't do that. And you're either going to immediately go and fix it, or there might be a reason why you can't, but you need to have a system set up so that as soon as you are able to fix that. And the owner management company uploads the compliance resolution packet in RCRS. Monitor will review provided documentation and mark findings as corrected, cleared, no findings, uncorrected, with correction action plan required. The owner response follow-up letter is uploaded in RCRS. And if applicable, all findings of IRS noncompliance corrected, cleared, are reported on an updated IRS Form 8823. The agency does not send out reminder notifications of uncorrected noncompliance. And there are instructional videos on our YouTube channel, so please take advantage of those. And when submitting any response, you must click on the action button after selecting the activity from the red number drop-down box and follow the steps for the monitor to receive the documents. So like for your file audits, if you go in and you make sure that all of your files are correct, you upload all of your recert documents. But if you don't click that box, it never comes over into our work list bucket. So it's just like you didn't do it yet. Are there any questions?
Hold the mic. That's really loud. I'm sorry, y'all. All right, we are on the home stretch. This is the last section, so bear with me for just a little longer. I know everybody's tired. So we are going to talk about this last section where you've got mixed funding. You've got multiple layers, and how to navigate that. So when you've got mixed funding, there are lots of layers. Some are more restrictive than others. You're typically going to follow that most restrictive rule. There are times when the rules will conflict with one another, and using the most restrictive won't work. And in those instances, it's always best and advised to reach out to ownership and let them decide who you're going to be in compliance with. Because there are times when you are going to be out of compliance with somebody, and that is not a management decision, that is an owner decision. So some of those multiple layers that we have to talk about are income limits and rent limits, student rules, certification forms, income determination and calculations, mid-year changes, and what to do with an over income and an ineligible household. Again, when you're layered with HUD funding, you must adhere to the occupancy protection for HUD-assisted households. You're not allowed to terminate assistance just to comply with the tax credit program. You can offer incentives to move, but again, those incentives must meet the HUD requirements. So when we're talking about income determination, for tax credit, we use HUD's method of determining annual household income for the Section 8 program. HUD's annual income rules can be found in Chapter 5 of the 4350. HUD, guess what? They use the same thing, but they also utilize EIV, which you cannot do for tax credit. RD, their annual income guidelines can be found in Chapter 6 of the RD guide. And the home program is a whole different creature. When determining household income, you have to go by what's in the 24 CFR. And again, the home rules will change come January. And we should be getting that guidance out in the next couple of weeks with how that affects how you calculate the home when it is paired with a tax credit program or a Section 8 program. One of the big changes is the range of hours. So with HOTMA, this changed for across the board for all funding sources. When you are third-party verifying, and you get a range of hours. So the employer has filled out your form and they said that somebody works 30 to 40 hours. You are going to use the average number of hours worked. And so in order to calculate that, in this instance, you would use 35 hours, whereas before you used the most number of hours, you're now going to use the average across the board. For income limits, the IRS uses the MTSP limits. They're published annually by HUD. They are per county. Those limits are property specific and they are held harmless after the placed in service date. And they range anywhere from 20 to 80%. So 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. For RD, they publish their income limits annually as well. They have levels of 50%, which are very low, 80%, which are low, and then moderate, which is just a little bit above 80%. HUD, they publish theirs annually as well. They have 3 limits, the 30%, which is extremely low, 50, which is very low, and then 80, which is just low. And then home, they also publish annually, always after everybody else. And they have 30, 50, 60, and 80, but they do not use the 30 and 60. It's just for informational purposes. The only ones that they live by are the 50s and the 80s. So as you can see, if you've got multiple layers and multiple income limits, and they're all using a different number, you're going to have to get creative and make sure that you're in compliance with everybody. For the rent limits, it is very similar. The IRS, the rent limits are based on those MTSP income limits. The gross rent must be below the maximum rent limit. So that gross rent is the tenant rent plus the utility allowance plus any mandatory fees. For RD, there is note rent, basic rent, HUD contract rent, or tax credit rent. And they're based on gross tenant contribution, which is the higher of 30% of the adjusted monthly income or 10% of the gross annual income. For HUD, they utilize contract rent, and it is based on the total tenant payment, which again is 30% of the adjusted monthly income or 10% of the monthly gross income. And sometimes there is a minimum rent of $25. For home, rents must be approved by the agency if we have given you your home funds. And the gross rent is the tenant rent, the utility allowance, any mandatory fees, and any rental assistance. So big difference in the home rent calculations versus the tax credit calculations. That is one of the changes that is going to be a big change coming in January. Is in January, you are no longer going to have to count the rental assistance. So it's going to act just like a tax credit unit. So for students, there is no most conservative scenario when dealing with the student rule. When you are qualifying a household in a mixed subsidy unit, so this unit has multiple layers, you must meet the criteria for both sets of rules. This is one of those situations where you might get in a pickle and you might have to reach out to your owner to figure out which one that they are not going to comply with. But this is also one of our biggest reasons that we make your home units float, is so that you can reattach that to a different household if you have a student that cannot meet the home and the tax credit rules. So for tax credit and tax exempt bonds, a household cannot be comprised of all full-time students who are not eligible unless they meet one of the 5 exceptions, and that is full-time students. So tax credit, you can have part-time students and they qualify. You can have all students if one of them is a part-time student. or if they meet the exceptions. For Section 8 and for the home program, it doesn't matter whether you're full-time or part-time, you have to meet the exceptions. For RD, students that are full-time or part-time are not eligible unless they meet all 4 of the stipulations. So for tax credit, we don't care if you are part-time. For the financial piece and the income part, this is just qualifying as a student. For tax credit, the rules only come into play if every household member is a full-time student. So if anybody is a part-time student, you don't have to worry about the exceptions because you have a part-time student. If every household member is a full-time student, somebody has to meet one of the exceptions. For home and for Section 8, they look at both full-time and part-time, and they just have to meet one of the exceptions, which are different than the tax credit exceptions. For RD, they have to meet all of the stipulations, and again, they look at full-time and part-time. So those exceptions for tax credit, we talked about them earlier. Again, full-time students only, and if everybody in the household is a full-time student, you can meet this if you meet one of these exceptions, whether you're married and entitled to file a joint tax return. It doesn't mean you have to file. It just means you're entitled to. Whether you are a single parent with a dependent child, that dependent child cannot be claimed on somebody else's other than the other biological parent's taxes. So if grandma is claiming the children, they are no longer your dependents and you don't qualify under this exception. But if the other biological parent is claiming them, that is okay because they are the biological parent. And you could do 50-50. You participate in a job training program. It has to be a specific job training program, not just the college saying that you're trying to be an electrician. It's got to be part of a job training program. If you were ever in foster care, whether it's 1 day or 1,500 days, if you spent 1 day in foster care, this qualifies you. If you are 75 years old and you were in foster care for 1 day when you were 3, as long as you can get the documentation that you were in foster care, it qualifies you. And if you're receiving TANF. For Section 8 or for home, again, full-time or part-time students, you're eligible as long as you meet the following exceptions. You're over the age of 23. You're disabled, receiving assistance prior to 2005. Veteran of the U.S. Army. You're married, a parent with a dependent child, independent and individually eligible or has parents who are income eligible, or you are a dependent living with a parent. For RD, students may be considered eligible when all of the following conditions are met. They're of legal contract age under state law, have established a household separate from their parents or their legal guardians. They're not claimed by their parents or legal guardians per the IRS, and they have obtained certification regarding receipt of financial assistance. It is super, super important to know the funding sources of your property and how they work together. For mixed funding properties, over income and ineligible households. Tax credits, we allow for households to remain housed in the units, whether they had to have income qualified to live there. Once they live there, they can stay there as long as they want to, no matter how much they make. You would just change the designation potentially with where they're at, but you're allowed to stay there if you're over income. For RD, you're required to move if the adjusted income is above the RD moderate income limit. For HUD, this allows us for households to remain housed, but they would lose their subsidy. So they can stay there, they just don't get any rental assistance. For home, they're allowed to remain housed as well, If their income goes above the 80% AMI, which is that high home limit, then you now have to switch gears and you are calculating their rent based on the 30% of the adjusted income. So an over-income household tax credit gets to stay there. RD, they have to move out. HUD, they can stay there, but they lose their subsidy. For home, they can stay there, but you now have to do a different calculation to calculate their rent. Again, if these are layered together, they can conflict and make remaining in compliance for all programs problematic. What are you supposed to do on an RD property that has tax credits? You talk to your owner. You talk to your owner. Because if you kick them out, you've now broken the tax credit rules, right? You can't kick people out just because they're over income. But if you don't kick them out, you're now not in compliance with RD. Are you going to make that decision on the site level? Please God, no, you won't have a job if you do. Talk to your management companies, talk to your owners. But this is one of those situations where you cannot be in compliance with everybody. Mid-year income changes, HUD. You only, if you do a mid-year income change or an interim certification, you only have to change the items and verify the items that have changed. So if they come in, their income changed, the only thing you're verifying is the income that changed. They had 2 jobs, only one of them changed. You're only verifying the one that changed. RD, any income changes trigger a full recertification. Tax credits, we don't do interim recertifications. If it changes in the middle of the year, we'll catch it on your next annual. For home, again, you don't do anything. There's no mid-year changes. If they're layered together, it can cause a conflict. Talk to your owner if you're going to be out of compliance with somebody. I think I saw that there was a question in TV land.
100% that completes a full AR in the first year after move-in. How do we treat over-income household?
So depending on the type of property, I'm assuming it's a tax credit property that is doing annual research, first year annual research. If they are over income year 1, I really hope that you've gone back to make sure you did the move in correctly. And they didn't go from making $20,000 to $100,000 because you didn't do something correctly. However, if everything is legit and they qualified at move in and they are over income at the first annual research, they get to live there. You don't have to do anything. They did exactly what the program is designed for. They get to live there. Now, if you have higher bands, if they're in a 40% unit and you have 60% units, you're going to put them in a 60% unit and you're going to rent that 40% unit to somebody who needs it. They're not going to remain in a 30% unit making $100,000 a year. You're going to move them up. Okay. But if you've caught something and it's a big discrepancy from move-in to first annual research and they went from income qualifying to over income, I would be double, triple, quadruple checking to make sure that that job that they now naturally had at research, that they didn't have it move in, and then there wasn't something happening to where they actually didn't qualify at move in. But they get to live there. So our certification forms, tax credit and home, the TIC, it is a required form for agency-funded projects. Again, it was updated in 2024. The 5.8 and 5.9 can be used in lieu of the TIC. Same with the RD. And for the RD income certification forms that they use, you can now use that in place of the tick if you've got multiple funding sources. There is a quick reference guide in the book of some of the rules and the different funding sources for you to take a look at. I can't read this little itty bitty font, but there is a bigger version in the back of your book as well. Some of those differences could be the elderly definition that we talked about, lease requirements, utility allowances, rent requirements, income set-asides, occupancy standards, HUD. You can't have one person in a 3-bedroom unless there's a reasonable accommodation. In the tax credit world, I don't care if you have one person in a 4-bedroom unit, if they can afford it and want to live there, that is perfectly acceptable. So there are some occupancy differences as well. I think we have a question over here. The 86, no, the 5.9. You can use the 5.9 instead of the tick. After the first move in, after the first year. So at move in, you have to use the tick. Yep. Any questions? You guys made it to the end. Don't get up yet. Make sure there's no questions. I know. Are we good in TV land? Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Those of you that will be here tomorrow, we will see you bright and early. Next week, you'll get your surveys in order to fill out to get your certificates. Drive safe.